The procession is just about to begin, and I now want to take this opportunity to kind of request the band to give us some music.
Hivi sasa unaanza, na ningeomba bendi yetu ianze kutuburundisha kwa muziki ambao utaweza kuwaleta hapa jukwani. Mabibi na mabwana, naomba tubaki tumesimama.
We want to sing the Kenyan national anthem, the East African Community Anthem, and the University of Nairobi anthem in that order. And we are going to be led by the University of Nairobi Choir and the Administration Police Band.
Hivi sasa ni wakati wa wimbo wa taifa, wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, wimbo wa Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi mtawalia.
In a very special way to request Father Peter Kaiwa, the chaplain of the University of Nairobi, to give us an opening prayer.
Hali hiyo tutaingia kwa maombi mafupi yakiongozwa na kasisi mteule wa Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, Padre Peter Kaiwa. Karibu.
We begin with a short verse from the book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 8 to 13. And you shall count 7 weeks of years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time of the 7 weeks of years shall be to you 49 years. Then you shall send abroad a loud trumpet on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the day of atonement, you shall send abroad the trumpet throughout all the land. And you shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout the land and all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you when each of you shall return to his property and each of you shall return to his family. Let us pray. God, our loving Father, we come to you as a fraternity of the University of Nairobi to sound the trumpet of praise and thanksgiving as we mark the Jubilee year, 50 years of accumulated blessings in academic excellence. You have blessed many Kenyans and citizens from other countries who have had an opportunity to come to this great institution and formed them for service to humanity. They came and they were fed and nourished from this mother at the fountain of knowledge, and many sing your praises, thanking you for this, their alma mater. You taught your people Israel in the olden days that during the year of Jubilee, slaves and prisoners to be freed, debts be forgiven, and your mercies be manifest in the way they treated each other. We, as your people today, ask you to free us from the challenges that entangle us as we serve you, and particularly the global challenge of COVID-19. Help us to treat each other with goodness and love so that the greatness achieved in these many years may be handed on to generations to come. Bless the management of the University of Nairobi, our Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, and all those who steer this institution. Help them to do so with wisdom and understanding that it is you that they serve as they so do. Bless all the teachers, our students, parents, our stakeholders, and all who work day to day to ensure that the life of this institution continues. We ask you to keep us together always. Inspire the activities of this day and the entire year of Jubilee, and we make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Father Kaiwa, and let us get our seats now. The chief guest for this function this afternoon, Dr. Manula Premchand Chandaria, who is going to join us virtually. He couldn't be here, but he's joining us virtually.
Mgeni wetu mashuhuri Daktari Manu Chandaria ambaye atajiunga nasi kwa njia ya mtandao.
Madam Chancellor, Dr. Ratansi.
Mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, Daktari Ratanti.
The chairperson of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Odhiambo, and all the council members here present.
Mwenyekiti wa baraza la chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, Professor Julia Odhiambo, na wanachama walio hapa.
Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, and all the VCs from different universities who could be here, and the former VCs who are here. I saw a few.
Makamu wa mkuu wa chuo cha Nairobi na makamu wengine wakuu wa vyuo vikuu nchini wanaweza kuwa nasi hapa sasa.
the chair of our Alumni Association, Mr. Isaac Awondo, who is not here with us, but he is represented by Mrs. Mildred Award, who is the treasurer of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association.
Mwenyekiti wa baraza la waliohitimu kutoka hapa chuoni awali, Bwana Awondo, ambaye hayuko nasi sasa hapa, lakini amewakilishwa na Mildred ambaye ni mhasibu katika baraza hilo.
Our DVCs, Deputy Vice Chancellors from our own university here, and those from other institutions who have joined us this afternoon.
Manaibu wa makamu wa mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi na manaibu wengine wa kutoka vyuo vingine ambao wako nasi sasa hapa.
The principals of the various colleges of the University of Nairobi and our senior professors who have joined us.
Wa vyuo mbalimbali vya hapa chuoni mwetu na pamoja na maprofesa watajika walio hapa nasi sasa.
The deans and directors of various centers and institutes and departments of the University of Nairobi who are here.
Wakuu pamoja na wakurugenzi wa vituo na shule mbalimbali ambao wako hapa nasi hapa kutoka hapa chuoni.
All the lecturers who are able to join us and those who are watching us virtually from the University of Nairobi.
Wahadhiri wote ambao wako nasi hapa na wale ambao wamejiunga nasi kwa mtandao kwa siku ya leo.
Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana.
Good afternoon.
Hamjambo.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hamjambo tena.
As the University of Nairobi, we have turned 50 years old.
Kama chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, hivi sasa tuna umri wa miaka 50.
Historically, 50 years is a very short time.
Kihistoria, miaka 50 ni muda mfupi sana.
In fact, in Old English, it is called 2.5 score years.
Kwa Kiingereza inajulikana kama miaka 2.5 ya awamu hiyo.
Just half a century.
Kwamba ni nusu ya karne.
But in this short time,
lakini kwa wakati huu mfupi,
University of Nairobi has achieved tremendous developments.
Chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kimeshuhudia maendeleo makubwa mno.
It has grown in diverse areas.
Na kimekuwa katika nyanja mbalimbali.
And if you look at, there's a tree there, this tree just directly in front of us.
Na kama utatazama hapa mbele yetu kule pembeni utaona mti mkubwa pale.
That is the tree that was planted by the first chancellor of this university, Jomo Kenyatta.
Huo ni mti ambao ulipandwa na mkuu wa chuo hiki kikuu cha Nairobi wa kwanza ambaye ni hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta.
To me, who was not there then,
kwangu mimi ambaye sikuwepo wakati ule,
the tree looks very symbolic.
Mti huu unaonekana wa kihistoria.
Because it reflects the growth of the University of Nairobi.
Kwa sababu unabeba ukuaji wa chuo hiki kikuu cha Nairobi.
Look at the many branches.
Angalia matawi mbalimbali yaliyoko pale kwa ule mti.
Look at the extended roots.
Angalia jinsi ambavyo mizizi imetengemea na kuenea.
Look at the strong stem.
Angalia vile mti wake unaonekana mkubwa.
That is how the University of Nairobi has grown.
Hivyo ndivyo chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kimeendelea.
And that is what we are celebrating today.
Hiyo ndiyo sherehe yetu siku ya leo.
We thank God that this far,
tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu kufikia hapa sasa,
He has brought us.
Ni yeye ambaye ametuwezesha.
Just like in any other celebrations,
Kama vile ilivyo katika sherehe zozote zingine zile,
we want to begin with some entertainment.
Tunataka kuanza kwa kutumbuishwa ama burundani kidogo.
And we are going to be entertained by two groups.
Na hivi sasa tutapata burundani kutoka kwa vikundi viwili.
The first group is the famous University of Nairobi choir.
Na kikundi cha kwanza ni waimbaji mashuhuri wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
The choir is under the directorship of Dr. Arthur Fred Ochieng.
Waimbaji hawa wanaongozwa na mkurugenzi Daktari Ato.
Briefly, this choir was founded in 1967, before the University of Nairobi became a university.
Kifupi, waimbaji ama kikundi hichi cha waimbaji ama kwaya hii ilianzishwa mwaka wa 1967.
And it is predominantly made up of University of Nairobi students.
Na kabisa ni ya wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
And the exploits of this choir are very well known.
Na wale ambao wako kwenye kwaya hii wanajulikana kabisa.
And they will entertain us with two items.
Na watatutumbuiza kwa nyimbo mbili.
The next group is the celebrated free traveling theater of the University of Nairobi.
Kikundi cha pili ni waigizaji tembezi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi wanaotanjika sana.
This is the oldest performance group actually in this city.
Ni kikundi cha uigizaji kinachojulikana sana katika chuo hiki kikuu.
And currently is under the leadership of Dr. Kimingich Wabende from the Department of Literature.
Na hivi sasa kiko chini ya usimamizi wa Daktari Kimingich katika idara ya sanaa.
And they are going to entertain us with their poetry skit entitled University of Nairobi at 50, which is simply a journey down memory lane.
Na hivyo basi watatutumbuiza kwa shairi kaririwa na igizwa likitupatia historia ya safari ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi hadi kutimiza miaka 50.
We will have the choir first and then the free traveling theater next in that order.
Mwanzo tutaanza kwa waimbaji, kisha tufuate na kikundi hiki cha waigizaji tembezi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi katika mfululizo huo. Asanteni.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Napenda wageni,
Hakuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hatuna matata.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Ikuyu campus,
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Atlas campus,
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Mombasa campus,
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana, wageni wakaribishwa chuo chetu, hakuna matata.
The choir will remind us that it is Christmas time in a few days' time, so we're doing Joy to the World. Welcome.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let us receive our King. Let every heart prepare Him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let the souls exalt. With praise and love, with praise and praise, receive the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy, repeat the sounding joy. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove the glories of His righteousness, and wonders of His word, and wonders of His word, and wonders of His word. Let all receive
All right, the free traveling theater now.
Ni awamu ya kikundi cha waigizaji tembezi wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
Tanzania, conceived from the union time machine.
Time machine.
She is also a lecturer and the writer of Where Are Those Songs?
Where are those songs? Yes! Where are those songs? Where are those songs that you and I used to sing and play in the moonlight? Ukuti, ukuti. Wakazi, wakazi. Ukuti, ukuti. Wakazi, wakazi. Upepo kija. Pepea, 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 pepea. Upepo kija. Pepea, 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 pepea.
Let us build a museum.
What kind of museum?
Of the great personalities and scholars that the University of Nairobi has produced.
Museum!
Bedford Obote. He is considered one of the most prominent historians in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Bedford Obote. Another historian. He was the dean for the Faculty of Arts between 1974 and 1978. Ladies and gentlemen, Gideon Saulo Wele.
According to the Ominde report.
Chapter 1 of Ominde report. Ominde, Ominde, Ominde. Everything Ominde. Simeon Ominde, the longest serving dean, faculty of arts, from 1965 to 1974. Ladies and gentlemen, Simeon Ominde. William Jasunga, William Jasunga. Kadano. William Jasunga, William Jasunga. Kadano.
Never forget,
that men and women like you got hurt, that you may sit there, not pay our loads.
And don't shut your eyes. Don't listen. But
Learn to learn.
and learn to learn for what? Think.
University of Nairobi. Activity. God to believe.
Oh, bari baba kerande. Kerande bari baba. Oh, bari baba kerande. Kerande baba msengera nyambeso tintiti. Oh, bari baba kerande. Kerande bari baba. Oh, bari baba kerande.
Madam Chancellor and Vice Chancellor, be sure that I was not responsible for that song that they have sung lastly, because it emanates from my village, and for once I felt very at home.
Mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi na makamu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, nataka kutoa ukano kwamba sikuhusika kabisa katika kuleta wimbo huo. Ni sandifa tu iliyonipata nikajikuta ninaimba na wao kwa wimbo huo wangu kutoka kule nikutokako asilia.
We want to thank the University of Nairobi Choir for telling us for once that we can sing joy to the world. The Savior has come, despite the tragic moments that we are in. Indeed, if there is a time we needed a Savior as a world, it is now.
Nataka sana tuwashukuru waimbaji wa kwaya ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kwa kutukumbusha kwamba kwa sasa tunaweza kumwimbia Mwokozi kwa shangwe, na ni wakati muhimu sana, wakati tumekumbwa na janga hili wa kumwimbia na kuhitaji Mwokozi.
The young people of the Free Traveling Theatre have taken us down memory lane and reminded us of our exploits in academics, in sports, and highlighted some of our greats, Mr. Mugo Wangari Maathai and Professor Jiambo, who is seated right here with us.
Kikundi chetu cha waigizaji tembezi ambao wanajiita huru kimeweza kutukumbusha vizuri sana kuhusu mapisi ya chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, kuanzia kule mwanzo kupitia yale chuo kimepitia hadi sasa, na kutanja baadhi ya wataalamu walioweza kugombea katika kazi zao chuoni hiki, wakiwa ni pamoja na Wangari Maathai, Julia Jiambo, profesa ambaye tuko naye hapa sasa, mwenyekiti wa baraza la chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
Let's hands together for these young people, please.
Asante sana.
Madam Chancellor, recently, one of the leading academics globally at the moment, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who honed his skills here, right here, I'm told in this building, was addressing us.
Wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, mmoja wa vigogo wa elimu ulimwenguni, Profesa Ngugi wa Thiong'o, na naambiwa mizizi yake imo hapa chuoni, haswa jengo hili la elimu.
When he was addressing us in a webinar organized by the Kiswahili department, he told us to be proud of our local languages.
Alipokuwa anatuzungumzia ama kutoa hotuba yake katika webinar iliyokuwa imetayarishwa na idara ya Kiswahili chuoni humu, alitukumbusha na kutuhimiza kwamba tusinje tukaogopa kutumia lugha zetu za kiasili.
He spoke in fluent Kiswahili.
Alizungumza kwa Kiswahili sanifu kilichokuwa kinatiririka vyema.
As a challenge as a university, much as we celebrate English, we start using Kiswahili in our functions.
Na alitupa changamoto, hata kama tunaendelea kukienzi Kiingereza, tuwe katika mstari wa mbele kukikuza na kukitumia Kiswahili.
And that is what we are doing today.
Na huo ndio uzao wa lile mnaloliona hivi sasa.
Thank you, Bwana VC, for giving us this challenge, and we have taken it up. That is why you see two of us being MCs today.
Asante sana makamu wa naibu makamu wa mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi kwa nafasi hii na kuanzisha wazo hili, na ndio maana unaona sisi hapa tuko wafawidhi wawili, Kiingereza na Kiswahili.
My friend here is Dr. Josephat Githonga from our Center for Translation.
Rafiki yangu hapa na nina mkano hapa bado daktari mtarajiwa ni kutoka kituo cha ukalimani na tafsiri.
And my name is Kenneth Mbonge from the Department of History and Archaeology.
Na jina lake ni Daktari Kenneth Mbonge kutoka idara ya makafasi na historia.
And historically, it is no accident that I'm standing here representing the Department of History and Archaeology.
Na kwamba sio sandva kwamba nimesimama hapa nikiwakilisha idara hii ya makafasi na historia.
Because Madam Chancellor, the first Vice Chancellor of this university in 1970, Dr. Josephat Njuguna Karanja, was a historian from the department where I am.
Ni kwa sababu aliyekuwa naibu makamu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi wa kwanza, Josephat Karanja, alikuwa akihudumu katika idara niliyomo sasa hivi.
His deputy vice chancellor, Professor B.A. Ogot, was also from history.
Naibu wa makamu wake wa chuo kikuu Ogot pia vile vile alitoka kwenye idara hii.
In other words, we are celebrating the foundation that was laid by historians in this university.
Kwa sababu hivi basi tunasherehekea na kufurahia misingi iliyowekwa na wanahistoria katika chuo hiki kikuu.
At this point in time, as we celebrate historians, I want in a very special way to invite Professor Horace Ojanda to give us introduction and recognition of the guests. With a lot of humility and singular honor, Professor Ojanda.
Kwa taadhima kuu na unyenyekevu wakati huu nataka kumwalika Professor Professor Ojanda, Horace Ojanda, naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, aje kutuhutubia. Karibu.
Distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to be here today, and I acknowledge all of you. Thank you very much for coming to this auspicious occasion. We have seen how colorful it is, and I pray, I wish that during the centenary celebrations, we are there, even if it's not in this form, in another form, even just to peep and see what is going on. It is now my pleasure to just introduce some of our guests that have been invited, and I will just read their names so that we can acknowledge them as a university. We really appreciate you coming, and you see what the University of Nairobi is. The history is extremely rich, and we are very grateful for that. So, Madam Chancellor, first of all, I need to recognize your presence and your time. Chancellor Dr. Vijuna Ratansi, thank you very much. We acknowledge also the presence of the CAS for Health, Dr. Masi Mwangangi, who will be, I think, on her way. Okay, then we recognize the presence of the Chair of Council, Professor Julia Ojiambo. We've just listened to your achievements, and we saw when you were working there what you've gone through, and now we begin to appreciate your history with the University of Nairobi. Thank you very much. I also mentioned Commissioner Mercy Deche, Commissioner for JSC. Thank you very much for coming. She's seated at the back there. Honorable Ekwe Thuro, Chairman of Health. Thank you very much for coming, your Honorable Ekwe Thuro. Ambassador Jafar Barmaki, Ambassador of Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, maybe he's on his way or he's being represented by somebody. The High Commissioner of India, His Excellency Dr. Viranda K. Paul. We also hope they are on their way or they are watching us live somewhere. We recognize the council members, Wakili Abdi Hassan. Thank you very much. Madame Flora Mutweta. Thank you very much. Dr. Marie Rariea. She was looking like us, so somebody could have missed her very easily. Mr. Isaac Chebon. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Samuel Keiro, who's usually extremely busy in the treasury, but I'm sure he'll be coming, or he must be on the way. Engineer Karioki Mushemi, again, he must be on his way coming. Dr. Eric Mwangi, also, fantastic, Dr. Mwangi, he is here. And then I would also like to recognize Mrs. Mildred Award, who is the treasurer of the Alumni Association and is representing the chairman. She was here, I saw her, yes. Thank you very much. Professor Patrick Lumumba, who I think is on his way also. This one I saw, and we all saw him, Dr. Franz Jenga, psychiatrist and 1970 alumni. Thank you very much, Dr. Frank Jenga. Professor Geoffrey Muluvi, Vice Chancellor of SECU, if he's represented by somebody. And then we have Dr. Nicholas Leting, CEO of CASNEB. Again, they must be on their way somewhere. Kios Mary Mweu Kinata, Quantity Surveyor. Thank you very much. Anna Say, who is the Deputy Vice Chair of the Alumni Association, I saw her. Yes, she's seated right behind there. Eustace Morioki, Managing Director of Mayor Kenya Limited. Thank you very much for coming. Those are some of our industry partners that we really need to appreciate their connection with the university. I know there is a whole list of everybody here, but I appreciate all of you, and we are very thankful for all of you for gracing this occasion, which makes it look so colorful and nice. Thank you very much, MC.
Thank you, Professor Ochanda, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Enterprise.
Asante sana Profesa Horace Ochanda, naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, masuala ya utafiti, uvumbuzi na biashara.
Now, I have the pleasure to invite Professor Julius Ogengo, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, to make his remarks, and then we proceed from there.
Mwalika makamu mkuu wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, Profesa Julius Ogengo, katika masuala ya taaluma.
Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair of Council, Council members, distinguished alumni, members of management and Senate, staff, students, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I feel extremely delighted that I'm the one occupying the office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, when the university celebrates its Golden Jubilee. This is a joyous occasion. It has given all of us a chance to learn things we didn't know. We have learned through the poems and skits by the Free Traveling Theatre. Through trying to dig out information about our alumni. Truly, when Vice Chancellor said we celebrate, and management said, all right, that's an academic matter, because we celebrate academic excellence, to coincide with the 64th graduation was an uphill task. But a task that had to be done because of its importance. 50 years and counting. The 64th congregation will gather tomorrow. 238,000 plus have gone through this university. And they have gone out there to serve with distinction in various sectors of government, in non-governmental organizations, various boards and committees nationally and internationally, and carry the mantle of the University of Nairobi. Every time one gets the benefit of catch a plane going to anywhere in the world, to Australia, to Korea, to Argentina, Chile, name it, one is bound to meet either an alumnus of the University of Nairobi or somebody who knows something about the University of Nairobi. And therefore, remembering and celebrating in our time is an honor. There are those who founded the university. There are those who have been grinding day and night. And there are those who have been minding the university day and night. To all those, on behalf of the present management, we salute you. We would never have had this chance if they did not toil and labor. You will hear a lot more about Professor Julia Ojiambo. One day I will tell a story. But in 1956, some of us were not even an idea. We are now of age. Because before we became an idea, she was here to ensure the university is there. Because the university is its students and its teachers. If there were no students to come to the university, there would never have been a university. There were people who made big sacrifices. Professors who drove Land Rovers on their own to go and look for teaching material. They were stopped on the way and asked, what are you carrying behind there? said dead bodies. The police turned, opened the van, it was dead bodies, said Daktari proceed. From those foundations, the Faculty of Medicine was born. And so, as I was looking at Frank Jenga, he would tell you the story. I could talk the whole day, ladies and gentlemen, but at this point, I just want to say how delighted the university is by the amount of energy and enthusiasm that this celebration has generated. I wish every single one of them present here and online, those who departed and their families, feel extremely appreciated. Thank you very much. God bless you severally and individually.
Thank you very much, Professor Ogengo.
Asante sana Professor Julius Ogengo.
I looked at you keenly as you spoke.
Angalia kwa makini ulipokuwa unatoa hotuba yako.
And you were speaking from the heart.
Na ni dhahiri kwamba ulikuwa unazungumza kutoka moyoni.
Those of us who are younger and being mentored by you,
wengi wetu walio wachanga na tuliolelewa na wewe,
we are looking forward to read some of the things you have said here in your memoirs sooner than later.
Tunatarajia kusoma mengi ya yale uliyosema katika maandishi yako haraka iwezekanavyo ama hivi karibuni.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen,
kwa wakati huu mabibi na mabwana,
I want to invite the chair of our Alumni Association.
Ningependa kumwalika mwenyekiti wa baraza la wahitimu awali kutoka chuoni,
who is represented here today,
ambaye anawakilishwa hivi leo hapa
by Mrs. Mildred Owor.
Na Bi Mildred Owor.
Want to invite her to speak and then bring us various generations of the people who have passed through this great institution.
Namwalika kuja kutoa hotuba yake, kisha kualika wasomi wa awali wa chuoni humu ambao ni 5 kuzungumza na wakiwakilisha kila kizazi cha waliosomea chuo kikuu hiki cha Nairobi.
Welcome, madam.
Karibu, Bi.
Thank you. I'm going to present the address by the chairman of University of Nairobi Alumni Association during this occasion of the University of Nairobi's 50th anniversary on this day, Thursday, 10th December 2020 at the University of Nairobi Great Court. The chairman himself, as you've been told, unfortunately had a previous engagement which he could not disengage from, and he has sent his best wishes to us all during this occasion. My name is Mildred Owor, as you've been told, and I'm the treasurer of the Alumni Association. Chief guest, Dr. Manu Chandaria. Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Dr. Viju Ratansi. The chairperson, University of Nairobi Council, Professor Julia Ojambo. Members of the University Council, Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama. Deputy Vice Chancellors, Deans and Directors of faculties, schools and institutes, the entire academic fraternity, fellow alumni of the University of Nairobi, students, and all invited guests, good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to join all of you gathered here today and everyone following these proceedings virtually across the globe in celebrating our alma mater's 50th anniversary celebrations. The story of the University of Nairobi is distinctively associated with a special relationship between our university and our great country, Kenya. The name of our university is derived from the capital city of Kenya, and this clearly shows how deep and interconnected the university is with our motherland. As alumni, history is very important to us as we look back at the foundation of the university and truly appreciate the role our founding fathers played, led by our very first Chancellor and the first President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, the first Chairman of the Council, Mr. B.M. Gichaga, and the first Vice Chancellor, Professor Josephat Karanja. These are just representations of the team that set out a firm foundation for our great alma mater. Our motto of Unitate e Labore, meaning unity and work, has continued to be the rallying call as alumni as we transitioned from our alma mater to the world of opportunities. On behalf of all alumni, I wish to salute them for holding strong and charting a clear path for all of us who came later. Secondly, I want to salute all members of staff, both in the academic wing and the administrative, for the sacrifices they have continued to make over the last 50 years. Your selfless contributions have continued to make our university a center of excellence in academia, research, and community service. As alumni, we understand the lengths you go to make you a students and most sought out graduates by the employers and industry locally and abroad. The alumni journey started in 1970 when the first cohort of graduates who had drunk from the fountain of knowledge over there exited the university. These men and women have continued to excel and put the map of our alma mater at the very top in the various spheres of life. Our alumni spread across the globe have remained our main source of inspiration for the exemplary work, and they continue to do in the different sectors of the global economy. In September 2004, at a University Council meeting, Dr. Betty Gikonyo, an alumni and a very luminous alumni from the School of Human Medicine, was tasked to lead the formation of the association. Dr. Gikonyo took up the challenge with her first step being the drawing up of the association's objectives and draft constitution. There were consultations between the legal and the registrar of societies that ensured the registration process was expedited. Right from the beginning, it was clear that the baby needed to be weaned for some time. The university administration, led by the then Vice Chancellor, Professor George Magoha, agreed to support the baby until she stood on her own. Professor Magoha also mandated officers in the university to sit with Dr. Gikonyo to plan the launch. The committee was christened the Alumni Launch Committee. The committee was mandated to seek individuals who would volunteer to serve as interim officials of the association. Dr. Gikonyo was requested to serve as the interim chairperson. Others who accepted the challenge included Professor Robert Obudo, Bernard Waweru, yours truly, Mildred Owor, Dr. Frank Jenga, Jerry Muhoro, John Kenduro, Charles Kimathi, Josephat Kirimania, Bernard Njuguna, Charles Sikulu, and Charles Okello. As an association, we cherish the team that laid the foundation for our Alumni Association, which also became the first university alumni association of a public university to be launched and registered in Kenya. Since its launch on the 5th February 2005, members have continued to contribute in many ways in ensuring their alma mater remains the undisputed fountain of knowledge. Right from February 5th, 2005, when the alumni present at the launch ceremony raised over 750,000 from 75 members who registered on the spot. Millions of shillings have been raised by the association, which have been used in undertaking several development and academic projects. To date, UONA, as we call it, has continued to support the university bursary fund that has seen over 4,000 needy students benefit from the kitty supported by the association. In addition, we have continued to support the University of Nairobi in its annual activities, such as the annual Nairobi Innovation Week, annual UON Open Day, graduation ceremonies, sports activities, and academic prizes, just to mention a few. This year, my executive committee approved commencement of the Alumni Scholarship Fund that targets to support 1,000 students over the next 5 years. This ambitious target can only be actualized by the support of all our alumni, partners, and stakeholders that believe in our university. We shall continue to seek for support from the alumni to not only support the fund, but also support other university needs, both in the areas of infrastructure development and student welfare. I am also happy to note that over the last 15 years, University of Nairobi Alumni Association has launched 17 annual chapters. These chapters bring together former graduates of the University of Nairobi to reunite, engage, network, and share ideas on how to support their alma mater. The launched chapters are journalism, law, MBA, dental sciences, Chiromo, pharmacy, education, veterinary sciences, Institute for Diplomacy and International Studies, human medicine, agriculture, engineering, architecture, and design, design and development, range management, computing and informatics, Mombasa, and nursing sciences. These chapters have continued to support their various schools and faculties through financial support, mentorship for students, public lecture series, attachment, and industry linkages. I encourage our alumni to identify a chapter and actively participate in their activities. If you can't find one which suits you, form one. In 2013, University of Nairobi Alumni Association became the first alumni group to actively participate in the ranking of the University Chancellor in line with the provisions of the University Act 2012. Alumni gathered at the University of Nairobi Taifa Hall to rank nominated candidates for the position of Chancellor. After evaluating the different candidates and voting, Dr. Viju Ratansi emerged top and was installed Chancellor during the 50th graduation ceremony in December 2013. This act of ranking the Chancellor underpinned the critical role alumni play in the governance of their alma mater. It is therefore important that alumni continue supporting University of Nairobi in all endeavors to ensure that it remains a leading light in the education sector in Kenya and beyond. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Ratansi for the great service she has continued to offer the University of Nairobi since her installation in 2013. Finally, we look back at the journey our university has taken over the last 50 years. It is incumbent upon all of us to ask ourselves, what can we do as we enter the next 50 years? There is so much that our university needs support, especially in the areas of resource mobilization, research, scholarships, and mentorship, and coaching for our students. I believe there is more we can do as an alumni association, and request the management to open doors for alumni to engage and find innovative solutions towards these problems. University of Nairobi Alumni Association will continue being a reliable and dependable partner for the University of Nairobi, and I believe the symbiotic relationship can only become stronger in this new decade. To all our alumni spread across the globe, I wish to encourage all of you to join the University of Nairobi Alumni Association. This association belongs to you, and it is through the various platforms that we have created that will enable you to be abreast with what is happening in our alma mater. It is also a forum for us as alumni to come together and ask ourselves how we can make our alma mater better. We have two categories of membership: life membership and annual membership. Subscription fees for membership is affordable to all, and we encourage you to visit our website on the World Wide Web, alumni.uonbi.ac.ke, and be able to interact with our team. On behalf of UONA and all our alumni, I wish to congratulate the University of Nairobi once more for this 50th anniversary celebrations. God bless the University of Nairobi. God bless our country, Kenya. Signed, Isaac Awondo, Chairman, University of Nairobi Alumni Association. Go ahead, start the introduction.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So my next duty was to call upon some members. We had invited a number of people, some of whom have already been introduced when the introductions of guests were being formalized. And these are people who are invited to represent the various decades from 1970 to 2020. And I'm going to call upon them to approach a microphone and say a few words. The years 1970 to 1980. This is the decade that was led by the founding president of Kenya, His Excellency Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and University of Nairobi first Chancellor. This is the decade that launched our university as a center of academic excellence, and this has remained the case to date. Representing this decade, this person needs no introduction, but if you've never met him, you will meet him today. He is from the Human Medicine faculty, and is none other than Dr. Frank Njenga. Thank you.
Thank you, Mildred. Mildred is my sister, my friend. Atinifanye nini? Atinyamaze. Okay, nitanyamaza. Manu Chandaria, chief guest, wherever you are, greetings. Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, my sister, Professor Ojambo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have more than a few words to say, but I promise to say them very, very quickly indeed. My association with this university predates my admission to the university. It was back in 1966 that we came dancing in what was then Gloucester Hall. The Vice Chancellor was saying you've destroyed our dancing space by putting those very beautiful seats. Subsequent to that, in that building over there, the then Minister Tom Boyer came to address us in '67. So when on Saturday, the 4th of July, 1970, at about 5 o'clock, Professor Mungai addressed a group of medical students. I was one of the very few boys who were familiar with the university. And I showed Kinagekonyo and other people exactly what the university looked like. That was on the 4th of July. On the 10th of December, 1970, Madam Chancellor, I was here, just here. No, not here, but there. And with these eyes, you see here, wearing this gown that you see, this one, not another one, this one which I have kept. Yes? I witnessed His Excellency Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who had met very fleetingly, launch this university. You must all forgive me for the goose pimples that are now going through my entire body, because when that tree that you saw there was planted, I was here. Who else was here? Prof, are you here? I was here. And as we say, I thank God that I've been able to come back here at the same square and be part of this very great celebration. I have been asked to speak on behalf of a class of distinguished men and women, rather a decade of distinguished men and women, and my recollection, Madam Chancellor, is that this university in the 70s existed as 4 in 1. The first one, and unknown to many of the students here present, is that it was a place of luxury. It was a place where I lived in Hall 2, room 212, a room that I will visit shortly with your permission, Mr. Vice Chancellor. When we moved to our halls of residence at Kenyatta, I was in room 126, or the first hall, Iliko Pandehi. And believe it or not, Madam Chancellor, we had waiters. We enjoyed 3-course meals, the big food, the middle one, and the dessert. All of it brought to us by waiters. We had laundry service. That's why we were so clean. If you see photographs of me in those days, we were very clean. Twice a week, Madam Chancellor, White Rose and later Mbuni used to come and clean our clothes. We were paid to come to school. No, it is true, full of luxury. That place there, I don't know if it's still the bookshop. An account was opened for each student so that all the books that we needed were there. And in addition to that, so that we could go dancing and sometimes drinking a little bit, we had boom. And that we didn't even have to ask for, it came. So we had incredible luxury. That allowed us to do the second thing. Freed of all the problems and difficulties of life, we embraced the girls, yes, But we also embraced education in a manner that really, and I remember, and I stand there, actually the first chancellor of the university was Arthur Porter. The first native one was my friend later, Josephat Karanja, a man who liked to sleep like this in company. But under their stewardship, I know Josephat Kwanza, here, I'll tell you about it in a minute. What really characterized our university was the cross-fertilization that existed between at least our medical school and the universities of London, Glasgow, Edinburgh, McGill, Rome, and we had distinguished teachers. Joe Mungai in anatomy, David Horobin in physiology, James, and so on. So we had a very fertile, and that has demonstrated itself in later years. Because it is true, I have to mention Professor Hilary Ojiambo, my teacher, my friend, my mentor, husband to this, our chair of council, one of the most distinguished cardiologists. So the 70s, thank you. Makofi, what is wrong? Nini watu wa namna gani? So when you see us, the way we turned out, you must thank our very distinguished teachers. So that was the second thing, a place of academic presence. Then our university was a place that was conscious completely of the goings-on in our society, both internal and external. So Mzee Kenyatta was here on the 10th of December, 1970. On the 18th of January, something terrible happened. You see these ones here, Kina Mildred. The person called here Professor Wangari Maathai was very clever, but at that day she was not wise. What she did is she made what turned out to be a futile attempt to separate boys from girls. She banned us, poor woman, and we came here to this court here to protest. And that was one of the very first strikes that I, unfortunately, was forced by circumstances to participate in. Thank you. It was a matter of life and death and the future. The second one of consciousness to our society took place on the 21st of November of the same year. A number of our students had been killed by reckless drivers, and so we decided that we don't want any boys and girls to be killed. And so we came back here to, and I was wearing this thing. See this one? Not another one. And if you look at this son's building, by the way, all these other buildings were not there. This one was there, library was there, these ones were not there. So that building there is where this gown was raised to declare academic freedom of the University of Nairobi. You can see how valuable this gown is from that day. We subsequently went on a number of indicators of our unhappiness about the things that were happening to our society. And like today, when a Vice-Chancellor, we had a crisis in '74 by a man called Jorgensen, who was a professor of architecture, who really was very unfair to our friends, and he failed the entire class. The entire class of architecture failed. And the decision was made. Please forgive me for what I'm about to say, but I'll say it anyway. So we went again to the streets. We wore the same red gowns, and we expressed our displeasure. And then, as used to happen in those days, the University of Nairobi was closed by the government, which was led by His Excellency President Kenyatta. Our impression, as the weeks and months went on, was that Mzee had forgotten that he had closed the university. Because the weeks went, the months went. Okay, let me say it anyway. So, the elections came in October 74. Mzee still didn't seem to remember. A group of us decided that everybody is so scared of Jomo Kenyatta that the only way we can get this university opened, because we were in the last year of medical school, was to confront Mzee himself. Now, to cut a very long story short, we went and visited a man called Mbio Koinange, Jomo's best friend, one evening. And we told Mzee Mbio that Mzee has perhaps forgotten that he closed, but we are not sure. Mbio Koinange, in his wisdom, said, that day, that night, as we drove from Mbio Koinange's home, the University of Nairobi was declared open. Now, is that because of our efforts? I don't know. Is that because Mzee remembered? I don't know. Is that because the plan to open was that day? I don't know. All I can say here confidently is that really the university was a great place. We graduated, and as they say in the books, the rest is history. What do I miss about our university? I miss the dances we used to have. I remember the annual Dance Queen events that we used to have. But I guess time has moved on, and I will be forced to attend the 100-year celebrations when that day comes. Madam Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, allow me with a tear to go back to my seat. I thank you all very, very much.
Now you know. Okay, so we are now in the next decade, 1980 to 1990. This was the decade that brought the 844 system of education that changed the education framework of the country. This is also the decade when the failed coup happened. University of Nairobi faced closure several times during that decade, with a lot of arrests of students and lecturers. It was a trying period for students and lecturers at that time. To represent this period, we have Honorable David Ekwe Ethuro, Chairman, Higher Education Loans Board, and a graduate from the Faculty of Agriculture. Thank you.
Madam Chancellor, Chairperson of the University Council, in the interest of time, I will say to the rest, all protocols observed. I feel greatly honored to have been invited to represent a decade of real events, from the global structural adjustments programs that affected us in the university, and to an internal coup in our own republic, leading some of us to pre-university NYS program, which was supposed to instill discipline, but Mwandawiro still found an opportunity to inspect a guard of honor. The events of this decade, and I want to agree with Dr. Njenga, the university faculty and as the students, we were not just stakeholders, but were active participants in what was going on.
In fact, for my own purposes, the university lecturers from the UON used to come to my high school, the Alliance High School, to speak to us. And then after they have spoken to us, they will either go to detention or they run away. I don't know why. I guess that was a recruitment process. What can I recall? 10 years of a decade, 3 years of my own time at the university. If I look at the time I entered, you will count at 5 years. And Dr. Njenga can confirm to you, as Professor Odor of anatomy used to tell us, and Professor Muma of physiology, in first year BSc agriculture, I know some of you think these courses are not being offered, but my Vice Chancellor can confirm. There's something called atrophy. So if I have forgotten, just remember I have aged a bit. But I'll try to remember. First and foremost, it was the real pride of any Kenyan high school graduate to be invited to the University of Nairobi. Those days, our names used to be in the national newspapers. I don't see them these days. And you will make sure that you are carrying a copy of that newspaper just to show everybody that you are going to the university. And the question was not which university, it was the university. Yes, on 30th September 1985, I was here for the induction. From there, I was shipped to Kabete Yang'ombe. And we had a bit of difficulty because Kabete was considered not the university itself. In fact, the joke we had is that if you told your parents that you are from the university, especially certain sections of this republic, and then they come and say, oh, you are from Kabete, then you are lying to us, you are not at the university. Accommodation was fantastic. Catering was great. I think we got a bit of, we benefited from that generation, the first one. I'm not sure after 1990 with the double intake, you are the same. But they will come and speak for themselves. The course we got for BSc Agriculture, General, was one of the best courses in my life, because it was everything in one. So when we left Kabete campus and graduated, which we did 21st November 1988, you would venture to anything. And so most of you know me in my other life as a speaker, you thought I was a lawyer. My only pride to law was agricultural law. Taught by Okendo Gendu. Now is when I'm trying to go back to see if I can now do the real law. But life was so good that we would riot for any reason. Those days, if we lacked dialogue, we demanded dialogue. And the Kenyan public did not understand, what is this dialogue? If it is dialogue, give them. No, ilikuwa chapo. We rioted because there were blackouts. Electricity disappears. Little did we know after we left campus, KPLC and blackouts were synonymous up to today. Yes, the university owned our skills, including leadership. We can say without fear of contradiction that the University of Nairobi contributed to the leadership spectrum in the Republic in all sectors, including in politics, where I think I did more than anywhere other department. And we started, I became the chairman of my hostel, Mandela Hall, brand. It was like a boulevard with nice lights, nice food. My room was also A114. I only shared the first year. The rest of the year, there was extra bed for my natives from Turkana. So in 1987, we were sworn in as members of the Student Representative Council of SONU, under the able leadership of one Buke, Miguna, Secretary for International Affairs, and my good friend, Dr. Kaberere, who is now the director of working at the infectious diseases combating COVID. Little did we know that night, just because we chanted power to the comrades, that was a crime. Some of those ones I mentioned were actually taken to court and jailed. I am glad later the University of Nairobi considered it necessary to readmit some of them. So that's our history. Of course, it wasn't all that bad. We also came, we saw, and conquered. And that's why we can be here today to celebrate that particular. My VC was Professor Philip Mbivi, and for some reason, I think he had those ISO networks. Whenever we were rambling a bit, he would just appear in Kabete, telling us what's the problem. You know, I'm from here also, and we used to be a bit more reluctant than the guys in main campus. I want to pay tribute to Professor Gichagi, also was the VC at one time. There was a time when the students were rioting, and to be fair, students used to demonstrate peacefully. But when the police came, that's now when the chaos would begin. And we would actually say the students are not having any stones. In a court of law, that is the independence the academia must ever. My message to the alumni, I just want to echo the words of our association. At the very minimum, let's have our membership. When I was approached, I think I took the highest so that I don't bother paying every year. That will help our alumni. And if you feel sufficiently philanthropic, we have the torch bearers where I don't qualify. My own doctor, Dr. Betty Gikonyo, and a man who has just spoken before me, Frank Njenga, and you can see how he appreciates his time here. They have contributed big money in order to make the university continue. So I stand therefore here to pay tribute to this great university. You should not relent on the standards that you set. That motto should not be in vain, a world-class university committed to scholarly excellence. I know the challenges of these other decades may be mounting, resources are a problem, but let's maintain our cardinal contribution to this society of ours that we have been able to make over time. This is not the time to relax, this is the time to do even better, because the globe is now more competitive than maybe the time we went to school. The preacher gave us about 50 years, you forgive your debts. I want to remind you as a parting shot, I am the chairman of Higher Education Loans Board. Those are not debts. Ours are assets you bestow to posterity. You pay, and we'll have more continuing to learn. God bless the University of Nairobi.
The 90s. 1990 to 2000 was the decade when Kenya ushered in multi-party system of governance. Our students were on the forefront of fighting for the freedom of expression we all enjoy today. This was also the decade that the IMF tightened the noose on Kenya through the structural adjustment programs that hugely impacted university education. To recognize that freedom of expression, we have not one but two speakers to speak for that decade. May I call on Commissioner Mercy Deje, Commissioner JSC, she was in the Faculty of Law. Thank you.
Madam Chancellor, Council, Vice Chancellor, and allow me to say all protocols observed because I've only been given 5 minutes. I am greatly honored to stand on this podium on behalf of my peers. These are those who graduated in the 90s. We have heard stories of chapatis, stories of dialogue, but I stand here to say what Dickens would say. I represent a mix of the best of times and the worst of times, because that's what 90s is all about. I'm talking about a cohort that consisted of the double intake. The double intake were those the backlog that had to be cleared because of that had been formed by the 1982 coup effect. We are talking about some of us who went to the NYS, but a large portion who never went to the NYS. That's not the NYS we hear about in not very good stories, but the pre-university training NYS that had been introduced by His Excellency President Moi. And when Dr. Frank Njenga was talking about a strike they had because of the separation between male and female, I remember that when we went back to NYS for the second time, that happened to us. We were told the boys cannot mix with the girls in Gilgil. And what happened thereafter was tragic. And there was a big riot, and we got beaten up. And some people thought we were involved in some car accidents. But so some of us went to for the pre-university NYS. Some did not. Some of us in the 1990s enjoyed boom. Others had to struggle with pay as you eat or pay as you starve, as some people say, depending on your circumstances. There are those of us who started here in this main campus, having our lectures in Ed 1 and Ed 2. Before we were all spread out. I don't know whether it was to contain us or for growth purposes, to become like the Kabete Ng'ombe, but we went to, some went to Apakabete, Kikuyu, Parklands. So we are in that cohort. It was also a time of when numbers grew exponentially. In the external environment, it was a decade, as the MC has alluded, of political pluralism, electoral and ethnic violence that affected some of our students, a decade of Goldenberg, unfortunately, and superinflation, structural adjustments, retrenchment, user fees, decline in state funding of universities, unemployment, rising poverty levels. It was a decade of misery, unfortunately, I have to say that. But here we are. We are resilient. We are a resilient lot. And the fact that we went through all that, and we are still able to take our positions, and I am not feeling bad for those who ate sausages and had their clothes laundered, no. But I'm just saying that we went through what we went through, but here we are. And we are spread all over the Republic and around the globe as doctors, lawyers, judges. We even have a judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Justice Isaac Lenaola, in this cohort of 1990s. We have people in the agricultural sector. We have economists, engineers, architects, scholars like Professor Atia Wari seated next to me there, and politicians. And may I say that as I stand here, I am also representing none other than the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. Ruto, because he also graduated in the 90s. That is a place at which you should have clapped, but you've missed it. Now, we are not only a resilient lot, we are a lot of excellence. And why do I say this? The University of Nairobi Parklands campus recently released a list of 123 persons who have proceeded to graduate with PhDs, alumni of the University of Nairobi who have moved on to acquire PhDs. And I have noted that 40% of that group are from the 90s, the group of the 90s. So we are a group of excellence. And Professor Atia Waris there was reminding me, she was telling me, I think we are the woke generation. You can find out what that means later on. So we feel proud to be associated with the University of Nairobi because that resilience and that excellence can be attributed to whatever we got from here. The University of Nairobi prepared as well, and we are proudly associated. And the fact that a good number of us do come back here for postgraduate studies like myself, and later on to teach, I do teach at the Mombasa campus of the University of Nairobi, is evident of the confidence that we do have in this institution. Of course, it would be remiss of me to conclude without mentioning the women of the 90s, because we do have great women. You'll excuse me, I'm a feminist also. We have great women of the 90s who are professors, politicians like Honorable Millie Odhiambo. We have many judges, doctors, ambassadors, chairs of commissions, and the like. Finally, Madam Chancellor, when I was asked to speak, I did a random survey, and I was asking people across the 90s, what is one take home? What one take home would you want me to say when I go there to speak on your behalf? And a few of them gave me quotes from the lecturers that taught them and the professors. Of course, one of them told me, reminded us how Professor J.B. Ojuang told us the first time we went to in the first year class that Montevideo Convention is not a vegetable. And so that was one of the quotes I was remembering. But a sizable number told me that their take-home, greatest take-home, was that they took home a spouse from this university. And many of you seated here looking at me, I'm sure you have this university to thank for getting a spouse, myself included. And then finally, we were here at a time when there was no social media. And Honorable Millie Odhiambo told me, I remember that our Facebook was the notice boards here. You'd go around and see what is trending where, for those who would go for dances or for those who would want to go watch plays in Ed 1. So let me end by paying tribute to all those who have participated in the growth of this institution, the partners in the private sector, and our academic staff and the other staff. I congratulate the university on this occasion of 50 years. As someone has said, God willing, we want to be around the next 50. But for now, it is congratulations. I add to my senior here, Honorable Ekwethuro, who talked about joining the alumni. I am a proud life member, and I would encourage those who have not joined to do so. So God bless the University of Nairobi, and God bless Kenya. Thank you very much.
The new millennium. This is the year when we were afraid that computers would never work. It started in 2000. We had invited, and she had accepted to be with us today, Honorable Mercy Mwangangi. But as Honorable Professor Julia Odhiambo would attest, I have to call you honorable at this point. There's a house which calls. And when that house calls, it calls. So she had one of those calls to go and deal with a few issues before the house today. I don't know which house it is, but it is one of those houses whose calls you must answer, and she was not able to come. We had also lined up Ken Obura, who at the last minute was not able to come due to the pressures of this day. So this is why I'm eternally grateful to the next speaker. But let's remind ourselves that this is the decade when the late Professor Wangari Maathai became the first Black African woman to win the prestigious Nobel Peace Prize award and was an alumni of the University of Nairobi. We have celebrated that award ever since. University of Nairobi Alumni Association was also formally launched, and this continued to provide a platform for alumni to engage and give back to their alma mater. This is the decade when higher education opportunities through Module 2 programs picked and opened opportunities for many students to access higher education. And we all know we could go on and on and on because most of us recall that decade. So without much further ado, I would like to call on Doris Wangoi Gidua, who accepted on this platform to represent this decade. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chief Guest Manu Chandaria, Chancellor Dr. Vijora Tansi, Chairperson of the University of Nairobi Council, Professor Julia Ojiambo, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors, Chair of the Alumni of the University of Nairobi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored this afternoon to stand before you. Introduce me. I was invited here on behalf of the EDIS chapter, which I helped launch. That is the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies. But I was gladly able to hold brief for my colleague. That is what we say in law, Ken, who was not able to come. And I'm happily glad to be here to represent the millennial decade, 2000 to 2010. And mine is just to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. And as the other speakers have said, I think we are all honored to be part of this, the University of Nairobi, and more so for the alumni, because we are proud that it remains to date to be the best university in this country, isn't it? Yes, let's clap for ourselves. Even with the upcoming universities, I still believe we are still the best, and we have been able to produce very good graduates here in this country and even globally. So our year, I remember, like the speaker has said, it's the year that brought about the Module 2 program. And coincidentally, I happen to have been in this program. I was in the 6th intake group. And this is the group that, this is the time when we had very minimal resources. And like Daktari, who told us they had a 3-course meal, I think for us, we had to go to the mess. I was at the Parklands campus, where I studied law and graduated in the year 2005. That is on 9th of December, the 34th graduation ceremony. So for us, there were minimal resources. We had to share classes. But the beauty is we got to interact also with the other Module 1 students. And I think to date, we know each other quite well. In Parklands, we were few. We were not many. Though Module 2 brought a double intake. So it gave us an opportunity to interact with the Module 1 class and ourselves. So to date, we know many of our learned colleagues thanks to that intake. And I remember we had very good teachers then who taught us. We have the late Professor Odek. We know he's a distinguished, he was a distinguished judge. He taught us international economic law. We had also lecturers like, of course, the retired Supreme Court judge and now chair of the Energy Regulatory Authority, Justice J.B. Ojwang. And as my senior on Ndeche has said, I think that social foundations of law class was our first class when we were in first year, and we never really understood what was these social foundations. And he used to tell us about bourgeoisies and I think social classes. And today when I look back, I now appreciate that indeed society has those social classes, which society has created and which are indeed there. So I look back then and I'm grateful for some of these lecturers who taught us. We had also Chalom Bobu, who taught us evidence law. He's one of our distinguished lawyers in evidence. And for some of us who've had to litigate later in the court, we know the law of evidence is quite key for us to win those cases, and we appreciate the effort that they really took us through. And we have also Kameri Mbote, professor, one of our very own, who taught us women and the law. And I think as women, many of us had the opportunity to participate in that class and just gain the knowledge that we really got. And I don't have much to say, but it's just to, I think, remember those days. We really didn't have much interaction here at the main campus, because by then the School of Law was established at Parklands, and most of our classes were there. Other than the times we interacted with our colleagues from these other departments, we had our classes down there. And I think for me, what I remember the best is that we never had any strike, because we had Professor Magoha George, who is now our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So for us, we had a smooth year. So we actually entered 2001 and graduated on time 4 years down the line. And I think we were lucky enough to get to law school and graduate again with being admitted to the bar. So for me, I think it was a smooth sail. And I really thank God that we really just hear about those strikes, because as Daktari has told us, they has really lasted for quite some time. And you end up forgetting whether you are still in school. So for us, we were thankful, because I think because of the previous decades and what had happened, Professor was quite tough. And I think when he came, he said, for him, with strikes, if you want to strike, you really just have to stay away. So for us, the beauty, and I remember we never had those strikes, we were able to graduate on time. But the flip side is it was also a time when we had our lecturers losing our papers, and we had to probably do 1 or 2 receipts because those papers were lost. But I believe that is now a thing of the past. I'm sure now the university has become more efficient. We had to repeat 1 paper called Sale of Goods Law. So I think that was part of what was in our year. And I'm really grateful that for me, it has really nurtured me, because I think part of what I have been doing has been commercial law for the last 13 years, and currently working at the Office of the Attorney General as a Deputy Chief State Counsel. And until last month, I have been taken to head the Legal Department, Ministry of Health. So I have enjoyed also working at the Ministry of Trade. Kenya has signed many bilateral and multilateral agreements, and I have witnessed some of them, including one when we went to Beijing to expand our export of avocados. This was in 2018, and this has really opened our markets. So wherever we are proud alumni. And I think what distinguishes us is our professionalism. I remember even recently when I was taken to health, just last month, my boss, former Justice, and our boss, A.G. Kihara, he said, Doris, you have to go there now because we need a bit of help. And I said, okay, I think we'll try our best, but it shows the confidence that this university has produced very good alma mater and very good graduates. And we are serving the country not only in our spaces, but also globally, wherever we interact. So mine is very short, and I really just want to appreciate everyone who continues to shape our young students. I think when we are very young, then we don't appreciate. You know, we just have fun and read. Law was a bit tough, so we read quite a lot. But later on, we come and appreciate that maybe we should have not read too much. We should have enjoyed the life a bit. Because you think you'll enjoy it more later, it gets tougher as you get into responsibilities, and it becomes really difficult. Because I think being a student is the easiest life. Then you have a lot of time, and maybe your parents are also supporting, or just you're able to do your own things. But it's good. I think it has shaped our leadership skills, and I'm glad that wherever I am a very proud alumni. Even in the boards I sit, when they are writing our profiles, we want to insist it is the University of Nairobi. It is not any other university. And I think at our time, we only had Moi and Nairobi teaching law. So it was also quite an honor to join the university at that time. And like now, when they have opened up to many universities, and we are proud to have been part of it and proud to be part of this alma mater. So God bless you all. God bless our university. And God bless our country. Thank you.
And now for the decade which propels us to the 50th anniversary. This is the current decade that saw Kenya promulgate its current constitution, which was done in 2010. It began with the promulgation of the new constitution. This is the decade the country's structure of government changed with the introduction of devolution and the decentralization of government to 47 counties. This is also the decade when we are celebrating the University of Nairobi's Golden Jubilee. I am hesitant to dip my toe into the year 2020 because I think the challenges there may erase all our joy today. However, it is my prayer that the lessons we have learned from the pain, from the challenges we've had, will propel us to do better and to do more in the future. And from what I see happening in this institution, I'm in no doubt that it is in very good hands. They are able to respond very quickly with a lot of agility and energy. I'm sure at the end of it, we will all overcome. It's my pleasure to call upon Mary Mweu Kivata, a quantity surveyor who was in the Faculty of Built Environment.
Guest Day, our Vice Chancellor, allow me to say, and all protocols observed, good afternoon. I'm so grateful to be here in front of you today as we mark this important day in our calendars and of institution. I'm also very privileged to be able to speak on behalf of thousands of graduates of the decade of 2010 to 2020. I am more grateful, and we are more grateful for the contributions of the previous decades, the previous graduates. They made the path very smooth for us. I wouldn't say we faced so much difficulties. Also, I want to thank you to the institution for adopting the e-learning system, even in this difficult time of the COVID-19, and enabling even our young ones to continue studying with their classes, even from wherever they are. We are grateful for your contributions to the university, as well as being there. We are the beneficiaries of very early introductions of graduates. I would say we have benefited and we've had a very smooth sailing from our previous graduates and the university faculty. I remember way back in 2013 when I was joining the university in the college in the built environment. I was very scared of whether I would be able to fit in this great university. I was very scared whether I would make any new friends, but luckily, I met the most amazing classmates, lecturers, and even made tons of friends across the departments. And today, I am the person I am because of what the university taught me. I am a practicing quantity surveyor because of the career path that I was guided when I got into the university. I wasn't even sure what I was pursuing when I joined. But thank you. I want to thank you, the Dean, ADD. I want to thank you, our College of Real Estate and Construction Management, for very support to the young ones. I am sure many of us who still study and those who will come after us will be forever grateful to the contributions of our previous and older generations. I want to say today, as the university turns 50, this is a very great achievement, and all I can say from this is that gratitude is of importance. Today I'm very grateful to the university management for upholding the quality of education and the standards for every young one. We are very proud wherever we are working. We are able to be associated very proudly with the University of Nairobi because of the quality and the level and standard of education offered by the institution. Today, as we turn 50, I congratulate every participant, everyone that makes it a success, from the workers, from the cleaners, to the very head, to the Chancellor. I am so grateful. We are grateful for every effort that you make on our behalf. It has been a smooth sailing, and I say today as we turn 50, congratulations to everybody. We are part, and we are very grateful to be part of you. Congratulations to everybody, and I wish you all the best, and keep safe. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for the decades we have survived, and we have been to those many decades. May I, if you will allow me, call upon Dr. Frank Njenga to again come and wind up, because he has a special announcement for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've received a number of messages from all sorts of people, reasonable messages, because they have asked me for all the 3-course meals that you have eaten, for all the education that you have received, for all the fame and fortune that has come your way, what, and this is a question to all of us, have you given back to this university? But Vice Chancellor, I was shy to announce, because I already announced it to you, that the class to which I belong, the class of doctors that entered the University of Nairobi on the 4th of July, 1970, has very quietly committed itself to giving back to society by sponsoring 5 needy medical students for the entire duration of their education at this university. Forgive me, I didn't want to say it, but I've been forced to make that announcement. I thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, for allowing us to sponsor yours. And if every class would sponsor just 5 through the Alumni Association, that would translate into thousands upon thousands of. So you don't have to be like my brother Manu or like the Chancellor here. You can be just kawaida like us and sponsor just kidogo kidogo, and that will add up to a lot. Thank you very much for allowing me to make that announcement. Many thanks, Madam Chancellor.
Thank you very much, the members of the Alumni University of Nairobi. I've remembered that I'm part of you. The lady who spoke about the 90s, that was our time. You didn't say anything about the cockroaches, but I'm sure we shall revisit that at some point. Dr. Njenga, I was living in Rogers Hall 3 in my first year. You were in Radhakrishnan Hall 2 earlier on. So we are still in the university, we have never left. So we are still contributing. Thank you very much. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, our time is really spent, and we want to move a little bit faster than we have done. So I want to quickly invite remarks from Eustace Murioki, the MD of MIA Kenya Limited, to speak on behalf of our partners very quickly, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, Professor Julia Ujambo, Chancellor, Dr. Bijo Ratansi, Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama Gitahi, lecturers, students, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely excited and honored to address this gathering at the 50th celebrations of this university. I must say that I'm also an alumni of having graduated in 1977, and I was given the powers to lead by the first president of this country, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and I'm very proud of it. Now, I am here representing the partners who have worked or are working with the University of Nairobi. During the 50 years, this university has developed a number of technologies. And I'm here to say that as a businessman, we have been able to commercialize one of the technologies which was developed by the Department of Land and Resource Management. So land as LAMAT, let me not say Land Management and Resource Technologies at Kabete. And if you remember, in the way in late 1970s, there was news headline where it was said, University of Nairobi develops cheap fertilizer. That is the fertilizer that was developed by the Masen project, which was at LAMAT, today LAMAT. It was headed by Professor Kea. That was way back in 1976 when that research started. But I won't tell you that for 35 years, the product they developed was registered as Biofix. This is a product that contains some live bacteria. And these bacteria are meant to help the legume crops, the likes of beans, the green grams, groundnuts, forage crops like Rusan, Desmodium, to fix the nitrogen from the air and use it as a fertilizer so they can be able to grow. That technology, as I've said, it remained in the university for a period of that 5 years, and they were only able to sell about 1,500 sachets or 100 grams each, only when we have ASK shows. And I do not know why they probably did not have, I do not see why they never thought of scaling it up. Of course, we understand the university could not be having money to try to commercialize that thing and upscale it, but it remains as such. But in 2008, there was a concept that came up, and it was called AKTP, African Knowledge Transfer Partnership. In 2008, British had already used that concept 20 years before. In Africa, we were only Ghana, Uganda, Nigeria, and Kenya. And when they came up with that concept, the British Council invited some businessmen and some university lecturers. And I happened to meet one, Professor Gashene, who asked me, can you try to commercialize this Biofix? And I said yes. So what happened is that we were brought together, the university and the business, my company, which is called Mayor Limited. We sat together And we signed something called Intellectual Property Agreement, which was midwifed by the British Council. Because if the British Council was not there, you see, the university were afraid to release their technology. And I remember when we were at Lamat, when a technician heard that this technology is going to be, there will be no longer making the biofix and selling it, he was almost crying. But we, the British Council was able to broker that agreement, and there we were able to get the rights to manufacture the biofix at the license from the University of Nairobi. And to date, we manufacture that fertilizer, and the university was left the responsibility of checking the quality and also coming out with new strains. I want to tell you that so far they have developed 17 strains. These 17 strains cover a whole range of legume crops like the French beans, the dry beans, pigeon peas, cow peas, crabbing beans, forage like Desmodium, Rusan, etc. All of them, there are 17 so far. So that each one of those products, of those legume crops I have mentioned, there is a particular strain that will be able to assist the roots of that particular crop to manufacture the nitrogen. Now, you all know that the production of bean crop, or let's say legume crops in this country, is very low. And I won't tell you that the beans you find in this country, they come from Tanzania, they come from Ethiopia, they come from Uganda, and our farmers here are not able to make more than 0.500 kilograms per hectare. Those are the use that we register. It's about 2.2 by 90 kg bags, which is a very low production. And you know that even generally, farmers do not, very few farmers fertilize the beans. There are just some of even broadcast the beans. They do not care to fertilize. We are saying, with the help of the University of Nairobi, that technology, with only 500 shillings, you can be able to dress 15 kilograms of seed, which will be enough for 1 acre. And you can be able to increase your yields between 20 to 50%. That is what the research data says. Okay? If you take something like soybeans, which is one of the ingredients used in the making of animal feeds in this country, it has to come from Uganda, it has to come from Tanzania. It is a pity that using that technology, you can be able to increase soybean production to a level of about 50%. It is actually the legume crop which is very responsive to the addition of that rhizobia inoculant. Now, at the time we were discussing all these things, we have been able to step up the production from what I said, 1,500 packets, that is of 100 grams each. We, as a company, we have been able to produce about 50,000 sachets of 100 grams each, and we have been able to cover most of the areas. We have done trials together with the University of Nairobi, and I won't tell you that we have laboratories, which we put up these laboratories with the help of the British Council, to which we are very grateful. This production that we do with the biofix, it is the only one of its kind in East and Central Africa. And we are very proud of that. So say hi, clap for the University of Nairobi. That's it. Because that is now, the technology, it makes no sense. If you carry out research and you earn a PhD, and only to find that that business goes somewhere to gather dust in a library. As the traveling theater said here, you must contribute to the humanity. If that technology does not help anybody, it was not even worth embarking on that kind of research. It is high time we take up the research and commercialize it so that it can benefit our people.
Thank you, sir.
So that it can benefit our people. So we are saying that we are very proud of this university. It has been able to make a difference, and you know, poor people, hungry people cannot even think. And at this point in time, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that there can come a time when there will be no imports or exports. And therefore, people have to rely on their own technologies. So it is the high time we embrace technologies, and we try to see how we can actually improve the living standards of our people. Okay? So, so we are saying we are very happy by the work the Youth University has done for the 50 years, and we think that as the US progresses, they will be able to come up with more technologies. And the challenge to the businessmen and some institutions out there, please come to the university. Even if it is not in the University of Nairobi, other universities, there is a lot of work that goes on there. Please try to see how you can be able to commercialize that technology and take it out there so that it can improve the living standards of our people. And in conclusion, I would like to say that we are proud as a company, and my messages to this university, and say that we are in partnership and will continue to be in partnership. Yeah? We are very happy, we are very proud that we are able to export this product to Zambia, to Malawi, to Uganda, to Tanzania. And we have also been invited to go and try to start a production unit in Nigeria. And this work, as I end at this thing, I must say that I'm very proud and I'm very happy with the assistance we have got from Lamat, particularly from the former principal, Professor Mwangombe, the current principal, Professor Nyikar, and a professor called Professor Karanja, who has been in charge of the quality control. She has worked with us, and we are very proud of this product. So this product, even our packet says, produced at the license from the University of Nairobi. And through research, we have been able to prolong the life of the bacteria from 6 months to 1 year. So you can buy that sachet, put it in the shelf 1 year, and it should be live. Live, and it will not be dead. We have also university has also done a lot of research in that we have removed all the contamination. There are no contaminants in that packet because we normally use filter press mud as the carrier of the material, and that's a very good work that has been done to prolong the life of that and to remove the contamination, such that because there are some inoculants where because of them they have been made, it is so highly contaminated that the effectiveness of that thing is reduced. So I want to say thank you to the professors who have worked with us, and I also want to give a challenge to the institutions and the business community to take up the technologies that are being developed in various universities so that we can actually make a difference in our living standards. So those many and few remarks, I want to say, I want to wish the university to continue with the good research, and may the University of Nairobi live, yeah, and continue to do more research. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murioki. That is innovation, and that's what we are looking forward to do in many more ways. Now I have the pleasure to invite Professor Horace Ochanda to welcome our Vice Chancellor to carry on with the program from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Obongi. Now it's my pleasure to introduce
think, I don't know whether Ekwe Oduro is still here, but I was in that group where Belere and Buke and all those other people, we elected them. They were talking very, very well and saying how they are not going to be dealing with small things in the university. They are going to be dealing with the government. I think because in our time, we were also being fed very well, dialogue, etc. So, and unfortunately, after they talked very nice, the government came for them in the wee hours of the night. And when we woke up in the morning from the Roa State House, we learned they were not there. And we made so much noise, and then we were sent home. That was the tradition. The minute you question the government, the next minute is an announcement, you have been sent home. In our time, we would go home and then be reporting to the chief. I don't know whether Jenga at your time you reported to the chief. But that is a little bit of my experience in the university. I want to acknowledge the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Viju Ratanzi. I also want to acknowledge the chief guest who is appearing virtually. That is Dr. Manu Shadalia. I want to acknowledge all the members of the University Council who are here today, and maybe those who joined us online. I want to acknowledge all the other distinguished guests who have joined us for this meeting. Ken Nebula just called, and he was mentioned earlier. He said that he was really looking forward to come and address us and share his experiences, but he contracted COVID. I'm mentioning this because he said, tell them that's why I cannot come. Because I was advised not to come. And I know, I told him you would have really made a day for us also, Yajak Jenga, because he was referred to by other students like the elder. He was the elder. But the elder mainly by leading a lot of commotion in the college and the other places, and we had a lot of work to contain him, because at that time I was the associate dean of the faculty. So I would have loved to hear but since then, he went to ODM and caused a bit of interesting things there, and now he is CAS, yeah. It is indeed a great pleasure for me and the entire university community. I hope I have also acknowledged the Chair of Council, Dr. Julio Jambo, who we work very closely here. For me and the entire University of Nairobi community to celebrate the Golden Jubilee, 50 years since the charter of the University of Nairobi, since the university was awarded a charter. This day we are spending today is a historic moment for the university. I am equally pleased to be the Vice Chancellor of this great university at this historic moment when the university is being weaned from the young universities category to universities that are aged 50 years and below. I wish to celebrate all those who have been honored and given the responsibility to carry the torch of this great university as Vice Chancellors. That is Professor Josephat Karanja, and you saw them in the photos there, Professor Maina Mugai, Professor PDPV was mentioned here, Professor Francis Gichaga, Professor Crispus Kiamba, Professor George Magoha, and Professor Peter Bithi. Each of them would represent an era, and they had quite unique experiences at their time. They did the university very proud by ensuring that it continued to shine, the torch continued to shine brighter and brighter. As a university, we have had very strong and celebrated chancellors who have served the university with a lot of dedication and sacrifice, including the current chancellor, Dr. Viju Ratanzi. Others are, of course, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, Mzee Daniel Arap Moi, and Mwai Kibaki, who all served as presidents of this country. And obviously also Dr. Joe Wanjohi, a renowned entrepreneur. I also want to acknowledge all the chairs of council, including the current chair of council, Professor Julie Ojiambo. We have also had very strong and celebrated chairs of councils. And you have seen there in the photos also, Dr. Omamo, Sagini, Wasawo, Ogeri, Gishaga, and the others. I'm proud myself also to have been a faculty member in this university, and therefore a proud member of the convocation. Ladies and gentlemen, the university began as a Loyal Technical College of East Africa in April 1954. And in 1960, it became the Loyal College of East Africa, a constituent college of the University of East Africa, and they affiliated to the University of London. On 1st July 1970, the University of East Africa was dissolved, and the 3 East Africa countries set up their national universities. That event marked the birth of the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Since then, the university has continued to grow. The university held its first graduation on 11th December 1970, here at the Great Court, where 494 graduates were conferred with degrees, 4 of these with PhD and 7 with master's degrees. The ceremony was presided by the first Chancellor and the first President of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. As we mark the 50 years, the convocation today stands at 240,000. Speaking to the nation and the congregation gathered at the Great Court at that time, President Kenyatta was very conscious of the importance and of the momentous occasion. He addressed several issues that continue to guide the trajectory of the university up to today. Concerning the government, he said, and I quote, "My government and I wish to emphasize in this way that here is an institution of the highest importance, integrating into the life of our republic. No doubt that the half-century history of the University of Nairobi is intertwined with the history of our great nation, just like he called on that time, the Republic of Kenya. It is a history that we are all proud of, a history of young nation confronted with basic challenges of illiteracy, poverty, and disease. The occasion, the session paper, number 10 of 1965 on African socialism, and the application to planning in Kenya provides a clear picture of the state of our nascent economy, dwarfed by the shortage of skilled manpower to contribute and sustain rapid economic growth. As at 1965, the government had employed as surveyors, had employed only 25 surveyors, and only 2 were Africans, and 11 vacancies could not be filled due to the absence of qualified personnel. There were 22 hydraulic engineers in employment, with only 1 African, and 7 vacancies could not be filled. There were 811 doctors in Kenya, and only 50 of them were African. And there were 1,569 secondary school teachers, and only these 64 were Africans. The country was in the dire need of skilled manpower to replace the expatriates and to also help the government to deliver critical services to the citizens. The University of Nairobi significantly contributed to the Africanization of the workforce in the immediate post-independence period. It also laid a strong foundation for the building the current large, competent, and skilled manpower in all fields of specialization that Kenya is known for today. Our biggest contribution to this country is the human capital. Today, the alumni of this university hold strategic positions in the public service, private enterprise, and literally in all sectors of the economy and the political spheres. One would be right to pose a question: what would Kenya be like without the University of Nairobi? Look at the captains of the industry in this country, just to mention a few. Isaac Awondo, chairman of NCBA; Joshua Oigara, CEO, KCB; Peter Degwa, Safaricom CEO; James Mwangi, Equity Group CEO; Jane Karuku, Kenya Breweries CEO; Dr. Githenji Gitahi, CEO Amlef; Stephen Gatagama, CEO Nation Media Group; Dr. Bete Gekonyo, Director of Current Hospital; Congratulations to all our alumni. You are our brand ambassadors. The future generations will always be inspired by you. Ladies and gentlemen, I was recently reflected on what Kenya's situation would have been if the University of Nairobi trained doctors were not there during the period 19. The country's response could have been weak. Majority of COVID-19 frontline workers and those advising appropriate measures to be taken were trained here, and others are still training here at the University of Nairobi. Today, any patient being treated by a doctor who is more than 40 years old is most likely to be treated by a doctor trained at the University of Nairobi College of Health Sciences. UON is still the leading producer of doctors with diverse specifications like dentistry and pharmacists. If you seek treatment for toothache in Kenya, there are high chances that the doctor who will be attending to you is from University of Nairobi. We are among the few institutions with the capacity to offer postgraduate programs in many specialized fields of medical sciences. Our impact can be felt far and beyond our borders. In veterinary medicine, the university's contribution can be felt deep inside our communities. The leading vets that treat our animals and wildlife are from the University of Nairobi. Our impact in veterinary science can be felt right from the neighborhood Tanzania and to Ghana and to all the West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, without the contributions of architects and engineers from the University of Nairobi, the impressive architectural work with beautiful designed buildings and structures would not be possible, like you see in Kenya. Most of these magnificent structures, including the UN towers behind us, were designed by our local architects and constructed by our local engineers trained from our College of Architecture and Engineering. If there is anyone out there with doubts on whether Kenya without the University of Nairobi would not be more poorer, then let him or her look at our parliament. Most of the vibrant and effective legislators in this country were trained at the University of Nairobi. Even the person who spoke, Honorable Ekwe Odura, former Speaker of Senate. If you want to know what Kenya would be like without the University of Nairobi, then scan through the judiciary. More than 90% of Supreme Court judges, Court of Appeal and High Court judges are graduates from the University of Nairobi School of Law. We, the citizens of Kenya, enjoy good judicial decisions from the judiciary courtesy of excellent training from the University of Nairobi. And one of the alumni has just spoken ahead, sent it to the ministry to go and sort it out. We have consistently provided ideological leadership in the social transformation of this country. The strong activism by our staff and students on social and political issues has sustained the momentum for change in this country. We have, in some instances, paid heavy prices for the push for social change in this country, even when the push for change looks bleak. We have always remained very, very steadfast. The young people that enter the gates of our university carry with them the hope of their families and communities. The university has also contributed immensely in building other universities by releasing experienced staff to serve in nursing institutions like chancellors, vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors, and principals of constituency colleges, thus providing the mentorship required for a strong foundation for higher education. We are currently mentoring Koitalel Samoei University College. In non-governmental organizations, our impact and relevance is also being felt. We have people like Hughes Austin, Widow, founder of the Widow International Kenya. Dr. Widow worked at the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies in 1972 to 1978. He founded the Widow International Kenya in 1977, established a library in Djibouti. He offered scholarship to refugees from Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda, Rwanda, and Sudan, and financed the education in universities in UK, North America, and as far abroad as Fiji and Sri Lanka. Widow International is currently supporting 158 refugee students at the University of Nairobi currently. This is truly inspiring. Our contributions to the global community is incomplete without celebrating the late Wangari Maathai, the only Nobel Peace Prize laureate that Kenya has produced. And in whose honor, we have built a world-class institute to celebrate her legacy. We also take pride in our former faculty members, Professor Joseph Stiglitz and Professor James Tobin, who started their careers at the University of Nairobi, the Institute of Development Studies, and later excelled to win Nobel Peace Prize in Economics, Nobel Prize in Economics. Ladies and gentlemen, occasions like this are important for reflections of the past successes and shortcomings. Like organizations, we have experienced challenges, but we have always triumphed. We have over the years witnessed declining capitation when the cost to maintain and grow the university has been increasing. We have also experienced governance challenges. We have also unintentionally killed the dreams and hopes of some students for various reasons, some political. We have grown so large and to some extent become somehow less efficient. I believe that some of these shortcomings can be addressed through the targeted governance reforms, financial reforms, people reforms, curricular reforms, and data reforms that we pronounced recently. There is no doubt that we need to critically review our toolbox. It's likely that there are tools in the toolbox that were relevant in the 70s and later years that are no longer relevant. We must reflect and only retain those activities that will make UON more relevant, more vibrant, and sustainable. When I cast my eyes into the future and envision this university another 50 years and beyond, I see more a university that is more relevant, a university that will generate knowledge that Muriuki is talking about, that will empower the people, that will embrace fully the culture of innovation, and that thus expand the opportunities for our young people and make life easier and fun for all Kenyans and others in the global community. I see a university that engages in activities that it can finance and no more. A university that is fully accountable for its actions and responsibilities. We have a responsibility to embody the hopes of the Kenyan people. The University of Nairobi will work with the Kenyans in the trenches. We have a responsibility. As Mzee Kenyatta said, and I repeat once more, my government, and I wish to emphasize in this way, that here is an institution of highest importance, integrating into the life of our republic. That is what Kenyatta said here at the Great Court. That in his view, that this is an institution of the highest importance in the country. That he saw integrating into the life of the republic. And I believe we have integrated in the life of the republic. And we need to continue doing more. We commit to continue to be that institutions of the highest importance that he envisioned, and to fully integrate with the life of our republic. We will continue to play our role of fulfilling the aspirations of Kenyan people and the global community through the generation of knowledge, dissemination and utilization of knowledge. Buoyed by our achievements and resilience, I have faith that as we begin another journey of 50 years, our reform agenda will lead to higher level of competitiveness, sustainability, and vibrancy. Finally, I want to extend our appreciation to all the partners and stakeholders for the support you have accorded us in the last 50 years. I want to ask you to continue working with us until we reach that dream. The University of Nairobi was founded on partnership and has grown through the spirit of partnership. My appreciation goes to the Gandhi Memorial Academy Society for the visionary idea that led to the birth of this university. I also want to thank other partners who walked the long journey with the university. The government of Kenya, of course, has worked with us, the Rockefeller Foundation, the USAID, Ford Foundation, the Ratanzai Foundation, which has continued to offer scholarship to our students, the Chinese Embassy, the Indian High Commissioner, the Alumni, and many others. I thank you for the support in improving infrastructure, providing scholarship to needy students, and provisions of research, which has continued to provide the relevant knowledge that we require to teach our students and to support our communities. Congratulations to UN at 50, and God bless you all. God bless you richly. Thank you. I want now, with humility, to invite the Chair of Council to address all of us. Welcome, Chair of Council, Dr. Julio Jabo.
Well, I just want to congratulate everybody, all of you who have spoken before me, and alumni, and in that context, everybody that has passed through this university in the past 50 years. I want to tell you that it's overwhelming, and we greatly appreciate each and every word that you have said. Just want to wish you long life and that you continue to be there for us. As for me, I want to tell you the reason why I really appreciate that is that I lived in this university before it was and when it became, and I'm still here. Because on the first day, this university, before it was a university, when this ground was captured for students in 1956, that day of April, that I was the first African student to step on this ground. So you can count my life with this institution. From that day of April, I think it was 26th of April, 1956, when that Gandhi Memorial Arc was opened, and then the principal was an army man, very strong, Major Bollard, blew the whistle to wait and see which student would be the first to step on this ground. I was number 2 because the number 1 was living in this place, in the Gandhi wing. And she was a daughter of the contractor who had built that Gandhi Memorial Wing. So she came from, she came from the house upstairs, and I came from outside. So she got into here, and I came in from the archway. I was number 2 to her, but I was number 1 of the students who really stepped on this ground. So you can imagine, I count my life from that day to today, 64 years ago. I want to take this opportunity. Let me start to introduce and appreciate all of us who are here, and start with recognizing our chief guest today, Dr. Manu Chandaria, for joining us on video on behalf of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academy of Society. Our Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Vijay Ratans, who is here with us, you're most welcome. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners who may be amongst us today, I want to appreciate you very much. The alumni, led by your able chair, who is not here with us, but today, Madam Mildred, thank you for being so powerful today. My council members, I want you to stand because we'll not have another opportunity to talk to you. Just stand, the members of the council, so we can see you. Thank you for attending this function with us. Vice Chancellor Professor Stephen Kiama Getai, all the university staff, our distinguished guests today from all over the globe. I know that a lot of our guests are watching us from the videos and from all over the world. Allow me to say good evening. We started in the afternoon, it's now evening. And allow me to welcome you most warmly to this auspicious occasion of celebrating the University of Nairobi's Golden Jubilee. As a pioneer doctoral student at this university, it is indeed a distinguished honor, and is a distinct honor, privilege, and blessing to be alive and to join all that we are witnessing today. Of fellow Kenyans who are commemorating 50 years of existence of this university, the University of Nairobi. Indeed, at the fourth graduation held at this very great court, and it was on the 26th of October in 1973, I was admitted to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in the Faculty of Medicine. We were seated up there. This was the first PhD awarded to an African female in Kenya. Today, therefore, evokes fond yet timeless memories of the years I spent here. Initially as a student, and thereafter as a member of faculty. Such are the memories that inspire in me a great sense of pride every time we sing the university anthem, therein proclaiming that knowledge shall surely set them free. I stand here today as a true testament that knowledge shall surely set us free. Long before women empowerment became the buzzword, the education received at this university by many pioneer female scholars, and you have listened to some of the names being mentioned here, opened many doors. In a sense, university education immeasurably contributed towards shattering the glass ceiling for women in many spheres of leadership in this country, something which could only have been done or could have been a pipe dream 50 years ago of 5 decades ago. Because at that time, there were very, very few women who were attending schools. But many have now come and passed through. That education achieved from here has allowed women to take a seat at the table of national and global leadership. Indeed, all that I am today, like listen to my little girl there say what she is today, I also want to join hands saying that all that I am today and all that I ever aspire to be, I owe it to this university. In this context, I am grateful to our nation's founding president and indeed our inaugural chancellor, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, for the recognition and the opportunity that he also accorded me to serve in his government and in his cabinet in the 1970s. My story, I strongly believe, is a reflective of thousands of others privileged enough to have gone through this university over the past 50 years. 50 years ago, we set out to Africanize our university on the back of the then recently won independence. We set out to build capacity of the African and spawn, nurture, and breed local teaching, research, and other capacities. Today, our faith has paid off with the leaders of African roots flourishing across the world. Despite the progress that have been hard-won, our world is rapidly evolving. Today, we are part of a global village, a global economy where universities transcend geographical and other barriers. As such, it is incumbent upon us to build on the historical legacy of this university, to internationalize and build an iconic brand boasting of international students and faculty to bequeath future generations with an institution worth its weight in gold. And I'm glad that all the students of this university, the alumni, are all committed to this goal. This council, my colleagues that you have seen with me here, that constitute the current council at the University of Nairobi, is seized of the urgency of the moment. We have taken this historical moment to consider the future of the university and what is needed towards perpetuating and sustaining the university into the future. The Council's strategic plan, as read together with the Chancellor's visitation panel report, and as continuously implemented by the Vice Chancellor, constitute our Marshall Plan towards the future, as we ourselves see it. As the future belongs to the people who prepare for it today, who fervently believe in the beauty of their dreams, I hold the firm view that the plans we have set in place gives us a reasonable assurance that the next 50 years will be as adventurous as they will be fruitful. We hope for the future generations that will be remembered that we did not just leave it, we worked for it to make a meaning to them as well. So on behalf of the university, allow me to extend the courtesy of an invite to all of you, including the government, to partner and journey with us into a more prosperous future. We may not all get there with you, but our blessings and silent prayers within this life and the next will abide with you now and always. May the omnipotent, omniscient, benevolent, and ever-loving God be with you all and render unto you abundant blessings, happiness, and all good tidings. May I take this opportunity to wish you a happy Christmas in advance, and also to wish the University of Nairobi a long life. God bless the University of Nairobi, and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
VC, kindly welcome our chief guest. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair of Council, for those very kind words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Manu Chandaria, to address us virtually. Those who are concerned, please put him on.
The story of a higher education institute for Higher Education was started in 1942 when the East African Indian Congress posted a resolution that something should be done to build an institution of higher learning. And nothing happened after that. It was then picked up in 1947 by the colonial government at that particular time to see what could be done. And in 1948, again, the East African Indian Congress again met and decided, and this was immediately after the event of the death of Mahatma Gandhi on 31st January 1948. So they decided that something should be done in the honor of Mahatma Gandhi. We should build a monument which will represent, and they started thinking, and they said that a possibility that if we have an Institute of Higher Learning in East Africa, which was never there, it would be a great tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. And so ultimately they decided to create what is known as Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academic Society. And they decided to start collecting the money from various East African Asians. It started from Uganda, Kenya, Tanganyika, Zanzibar, Northern Rhodesia. And they collected approximately about 480,000 pounds sterling at that particular time. Now, the British government then decided, how come that we are in East Africa for the last 65 years in Kenya, and yet we have not built an Institute of Higher Learning. And as such, they also went to the colonial office and agreed that the sum will be created, and finally a similar sum of about 480,000 pounds was allocated by the colonial office, Kenyan government, Tanganyika government, Uganda government, etc. So this was the start of the college. But the Indian population was doing a Gandhi Memorial Academic Society with a Gandhi College. And they started building the Gandhi College, which is the first building on the university campus. And then, immediately after that, they went into negotiations between the two parties. One, the Kenya East African governments, and on the other side, the East African Indian Congress. And then they decided that let us meet together and put together the funding and built a Royal Technical College. And as such, the Royal Technical College was built, and it started as, first it was only Technical College, but then it would become Royal Technical College, and where the first Institute of Higher Learning was established. Now, when this happened, then the East African community then decided to take over all facilities of education in under one umbrella. And that's why the Royal Technical College then became an East African college, Nairobi campus. As immediately after, when the East African community was broken, it then became a Nairobi University. So there's a big history behind how it has happened. In the meantime, while the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academic Society were discussing and raising funds, they also asked the Indian government if they could help in some way. Indian government at that time, immediately after the passing away of Mahatma Gandhi, created what is known as Gandhi Smarak Fund, Mahatma Gandhi Smarak Nidhi Fund. And this fund was created to build monuments in the name of Mahatma Gandhi. Finally, they decided that they will give some money to the university, which will be known as Gandhi Smarak Nidhi Fund. And out of this fund, every year, some 40 students for postgraduate studies and doctorate studies are being provided the money. Presently, I am the chairman of the Gandhi Memorial Academic Society, and the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi Fund, Gandhi Smarak Nidhi Fund, and the Vice Chancellor of University of Nairobi is the Vice Chairman of that committee. So there's a rich history of how it was being built. Initially, the first building was built by the money of the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academic Society, together with a Gandhi library, which is still existing at present. Now, how was the money collected? Money was collected from all the Asian community. As small as 100 shillings were also collected. So it became a project for almost all Asians in these 5 territories. But then there was some good money which was given for a number of people, like Nanji Kaldas Mehta of Lugaji Sugar, Muljibai Madhwani, MP Shah, and various other people who provided the money. At that particular time, the big Asians were in Uganda because of the cotton. And even the cotton companies, which were buyers of cotton, had their offices in Uganda as a branch of Bombay office. At that time it was Bombay, a Bombay office. And they also participated in providing the money. So this is an effort not only of Kenyan Asians, but Asians from all the 5, Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, Zanzibar, and northern Rhodesia. So it worked out extremely, extremely well. And so the first institute was created. And to run that institute, they decided to recruit a principal from India. And in that way, they connected themselves with the Minister of Education in India. And there was a minister by the name of Humayun Kabir. They agreed to send Dr. Yagnik. And Dr. Yagnik came over here, being the first principal of the Gandhi Memorial Academy, Gandhi College. You have, under his memory, there's a beautiful fountain that's raised in the University of Nairobi. And I think that there is a rich history behind everything that can be done. Subsequently, the university grew, and then they built a bigger library known as Kenyatta Library. And as such, the main issues of the library then moved to the Kenyatta Library. And then ultimately this Gandhi Library was converted into a bookshop. This 2 years back or 3 years back, when the Prime Minister of India came over here, he visited, and at that time he inaugurated the statue of Mahatma Gandhi. The statue was created, done in India by the very prominent artist, and it was paid by MP Shah family. It came over here, and it was in the first floor of the Gandhi College. Ultimately, as time went on, it was moved from there and put into the bookshop. Then when the Prime Minister Modi was coming to Kenya, at that time we decided to move the statue back to where it has to be, in some good place. So we decided in the compound of the University of Nairobi, and he came and he inaugurated that statue. The rich history of community, Asian communities' participation in the higher education of this country is well known now. In the meantime, they wanted to build a Chiromo campus. And at that time again, the Gandhi Memorial Academy Society came along and provided, I think it was £200,000 so that they can build the Chiromo campus. So connections has always been there, and and to manage the whole university, there was an arrangement that there was a committee between the Gandhi Memorial Academy Society and the University of Nairobi to sit together to manage the university. But when it became an East African college, that matter was removed, except that there was a representation of Mahatma Gandhi, a Gandhi Memorial Academy Society. Subsequently, when it became Nairobi University, in the Nairobi University there were 2 seats specifically left in the council for the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academy Society. Subsequently, only 1 seat was really filled because they would still not accept the second person. And many prominent Indians served there. I served the university as a representative of Mahatma Gandhi Memorial Academy Society to University of Kenya at University of Nairobi for almost 25 or 26 years. And I was a council member. Right now, there's somebody else as a council member. The point is that the higher education was very much needed in the 50s because the Asians started having their children. You know, the original people who came into this country from Asia were not educated, like my father, who came in 1916. he had 4 vernacular as his education. But then, after that, they started sending their children to the schools, and they found that there were many of them were now coming out of the secondary school. But it was not possible for them, all of them, to go to United Kingdom to study. So this whole idea in 1948 started up with the idea of having an institution in the country so that the people don't have to go out to take a degree. University of Nairobi has now become the largest university in Kenya. It's about 85,000 people. It started very small, but it grew very fast. And not only that, but then in Kenya, immediately after the Nairobi University, there was a campus, Kenyatta University. It was a campus of the Nairobi University. And then subsequently, today we've got 35 public universities in the country. And at the same time, there are 35 private universities in the country. So the education in Kenya, and because these institutions over here, it's available for everybody from Uganda, Tanzania, and Zanzibar, wherever people they come from. But all individual countries also have their now universities in Uganda, universities in Tanzania, universities in Zambia, Zimbabwe, they got all over the place. So, but this still has become a focal point, and many people still keep on coming from outside to study in this university. The question is that the education started making a change in the thinking of the people. And today, 99% of the students are of Kenyan origin, not of Asian origin anymore. Well, like me, I'm a Kenyan African, or I can say African Kenyan, because I was born here, I was brought up over here. And so you see today a history of Asians since 1985. Earlier there has been the 1885. Earlier there is the history. But from 1885, when we started, and the first people came over here to build the railway, look at the way that the whole country has been expanded. Not only Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, Zanzibar, wherever you go. It's a huge contribution. First, to think to build an institution in a colonial era. Number 2, to think that the colonial era had not done a thing. And we started, and they also started thinking, and finally it merged together. So I think that it is now a Nairobi University's contribution to growth of Kenya is unbelievable. All the other universities are there, but still the topmost university is Nairobi. And Nairobi University is among, even when you consider about 100 universities in Africa, Nairobi sits over there. So I think that the foresight of the people, and the foresight of the people who had not gone beyond 3rd or 4th standards of primary education, their foresight to provide this kind of money. In those days, 480,000 sterling pound was huge sum. But the people went around the country, Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, not once, not twice, not 3 times, and never said no to anyone. Even if you want to give 100, take it. And that's why you will see this in these 2 booklets. You'll see people who have given 500, your people 100, people who have given 200. But I think it was an effort. But at the same time, the colonial government also gave an equivalent amount of money. And so it becomes about 450, 480, another 480. So almost 1,000 million. It was wonderful. And I think that the way it was created, and still the building that you can see, design, even after all these years, look at the quality of the building they have got. Beautiful. And I'm very pleased that I've served, not only as, but I served as the chairman of Gandhi Memorial Academy Society. I served as a chairman, and I'm still serving the Gandhi Smarak Nidhi Fund. And it is the total dedication towards good quality of education.
Very well, you know, we invited Dr. Manu Shadalia because he has worked with this university for quite a while. He has shared with me quite some leaflets about the beginning of the universities. And I thought he is the most appropriate guest of honor for this occasion, given that the Gandhi Smarak Memorial Academy are the one who initiated this whole idea, and even buildings now, we still call them the Gandhi building, the Gandhi wing. Yeah. We have had other partners who also were there with us from the beginning, but some of them just dropped off at some point and started. But they have been with us, even until today, as he says, he chairs that FAD, where he also participates as a member. So we appreciate him coming as a guest of honor. It's very symbolic when we are celebrating 50 years of our existence. It is because of those excellent foundations that we were given at the beginning. I want now to invite the Chair of Council to welcome the Chancellor to address us. Yeah.
It is our great pleasure to welcome the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi to address us. But before she comes to the podium, I just want to take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Vijay Ratans to us as an illustrious lady in her own right. She has contributed a lot to the growth of this university during her tenure, and she continues to contribute. Her vision is indeed going to thrash us into the next 50 years, because in her own wisdom, Dr. Vijay Ratans invited a visitation to this university, and the report of the panel that came to audit the university produced a report which is going to help us take off and in the next 50 years the way we are envisioning. And therefore, we really want to invite the management of the university and the council of the university to pick it up from here with all this team that has been infused into us, to translate it into action. And I can see that our wishes are going to translate into the real growth that you are all wishing for, that Dr. Chandaria is talking about, and many people around the globe are wishing the nation of Kenya to be, because this is the center of the knowledge for this nation, and it requires the wisdom and leadership of people like Dr. Vijay Ratans. So it is my pleasure to invite and introduce Dr. Ratans, the Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, to address us. Dr. Ratans.
going to put my mask down because last time I was told nobody could hear me with a mask on. So I always fight with this mic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, all protocols observed. A very good evening to all of you. Thank you for your patience. It's my distinct privilege and honor to welcome you all to this very momentous and historic celebration of the University of Nairobi's Golden Jubilee. You will all agree with me that half a century of distinguished service to the nation and our people is no mean feat. Allow me from the onset to congratulate the alumni, staff, and students at the University of Nairobi on this exceptional achievement. Allow me to also share with the university fraternity the joys of reuniting with old friends and reminiscences of the days gone by. It is indeed a very great day to be alive. To all the alumni, thank you, thank you, thank you for taking us on this beautiful journey down memory lane of your experiences at our university as students here. They are beautiful memories. Please, please get together and write your memoirs. Will you do that? Doc? Thank you. 50 years ago today, on the lawns of our great court, we conferred and honored the founding father of the nation, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, with our first degree, the degree of Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. We additionally installed him as our inaugural Chancellor, a fate which ushered the great historical journey that this university has been on. It was a fitting recognition of the transition and coming of age of the once constituent college of the University of East Africa. Kenya had now joined her neighbors, Uganda and Tanzania, in the founding of a national university to train and produce competent human resource to power the lofty aspirations of a young nation. In his inaugural address, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta pontificated the place universities as custodians of truth. He challenged the university to be at the forefront of intellectual inquiry and ambition on behalf of the society, to provide the government with alternatives in place of criticism, and that by mutual fellowship of the university and the state, to act as the bastions of vision and wisdom for the benefit of the nation. To achieve this, the founding chancellor had invited the university to be governed more by intellectual freedom than by restraint. It is therefore not an accident that the doctrine of academic freedom is enshrined in the Universities Act and is the bedrock upon which have been founded all the universities in Kenya. From our humble beginning, we have hewn the academic behemoth that is the present-day University of Nairobi. Over the 50 years we have gone round the sun, we have built an enduring legacy of excellence. As a training institution, we have contributed immensely to the country's human capital, and in doing so, contributed novel ideas and technologies for the betterment of our nation. This has been made possible through the blood, toil, sweat, and tears of great men and women, the solemnic wisdom of our valiant leaders, the outstanding contribution, concerted focus, and patriotism of our members of staff, and countless man-hours and stellar output of generations upon generations of fine students. I am delighted that the university on this day, through the University of Nairobi 50 Years of Excellence Awards, has elected to recognize and award individuals who have rendered exemplary service and made outstanding contributions towards its development and noble standing in the world. Inevitably, we have borne a home for many, many distinguished alumni, both at home and abroad. This, I believe, is a remarkable achievement and one that we are all immensely proud of. I hope that we can keep and continue this invaluable legacy that every alumnus of this university is privileged to be conferred with. Allow me, therefore, to pay tribute to my illustrious predecessors for their contribution towards much of the progress that we have today. The late Mzee Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, Kenya's second president, for the expansion of basic education, infrastructure, and opportunities. The astute Emilio Moi Kibaki, Kenya's third president, for his vision and wisdom for refreshing and fortifying legal instruments for establishment and governance of universities. And the consummate governor, Dr. Joseph Baraj Wanjui, for ushering us into a new era of functional autonomy and performance contracting. Permit me also to recognize the venerated contribution of our governing councils under the privileged and able stewardship of our inaugural chair, Dr. Bethel Mareka Gishaga, distinguished public servant and politician, the late Dr. Lawrence George Sagini, Professor Samson Kegengo Ngeri, the late Professor David Peter Simon Vasavo, Mr. John Peter Nyangeri Simba, Dr. Idli Omar Farah, and our current and seventh chair, Professor Julia Ojiambo. It will be selfish of me not to recognize the sheer contribution of our first Vice Chancellor, Dr. Josephat Njuguna Karanja, and thereafter his successors, the late Professor Maina Mungai, Professor Philip Muindi Mbithi, Professor Francis John Gishaga, Professor Crispus Macau Kiamba, our Cabinet Secretary for Education, Professor George Magoha, Professor Peter Felix Mbithi, and our current and eighth Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama Gitahi. Finally, let me appreciate our singular yet greatest all-time sponsor, the Government of Kenya. In the 50-year history of this university, the government of the day has never failed us, and for this we are infinitely grateful. To our donors and well-wishers, the citizens of our great nation, religious and other leaders, parents, guardians, students, and all people of goodwill across the globe that I may not thank by name, thank you all for trusting us and making us who we are today. You are all worthy of my respect and admiration. We may have nothing to offer in return, but we hope that the continued existence and flourishing of this university for the benefit of our children is a befitting tribute to your selfless industry and sacrifice. If there be any constant that defines the past 50 years, then that is change. Founded as we were, soon after man's maiden steps on the moon, we have witnessed many changes, concluding the fall of the Berlin Wall that ended the Cold War, revolutionization of commerce, communication, and how we live and study through technology and the internet, devolved government of our nation through a new constitution, man's sub-2-hour running of the full marathon, a feat never before thought possible, 3D printing, and the infinite possibilities that portends for solving complex human problems. the emergence of terrorism as a global concern, and more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic and its debilitating effect on the economies of nations. Through all these changing times and seasons, the noble place the university holds as the home for pursuit of truth has remained relevant. Anniversaries such as we celebrate today offer us unique opportunities for reflection and for mapping out the course that lies ahead. Opportunities for scrutiny to ascertain where we have fallen short of the gold standard or where our goals need to be refreshed to keep in tandem with the changing local and global demands. We have national challenges yet to surmount, challenges of ignorance, poverty, disease, food insecurity, housing for all, and unemployment, etc. As we roll up our sleeves in our daily endeavor, let us not lose sight of ensuring that our output advances socio-economic development of our people and by default their social standing. In an increasingly integrated world, the University of Nairobi slowly shedding its base from Kenya's capital to engage a global audience. Africa has far too long been a continent of great promise, a continent of vast potential and endless possibilities. Yet, for all our infallibilities, we have suffered the brunt of the world's laughingstock. The great African Renaissance has begun, by and large, long on promise but short on reality. This university, therefore, has a sacred duty to deliver prosperity at the door of every Kenyan and African citizen. While we have responded well to the challenges that have befallen us in the past, I dare say greater challenges lie ahead. The greatest of these will be financial challenges. As we consciously work towards a university that will not only abide the hopes and dreams of our people, but one that will also transform them into the reality of now, we beseech the government to support us through increased funding to education in general and universities in particular. Change will continue to affect our future. This future undoubtedly will depend on how we embrace change. I am persuaded that our university values of freedom of thought and expression, excellence, care, innovation and creativity, partnership and teamwork, coupled with our national values of patriotism, national unity, respect for the rule of law and human rights, human dignity, social justice, inclusiveness, integrity, transparency, accountability, and the protection of the marginalized, and the guiding spirit of fairness and tolerance, if implemented in their full measure, will stand us in good stead for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some work to do yet towards being the embodiment of the aspirations of our people. It is my sincere hope that the University of Nairobi will continue to pursue excellence in all its endeavors, that all in its employ shall always seek to apply themselves to the best of their abilities and be guided by the collective good. I verily dare say to you today that with hard work, discipline, perseverance, and dedication, augmenting our DNA of excellence, the university's rightful place under the sun is guaranteed. Thank you all for being here today and giving us your precious time. Long live the University of Nairobi. God bless the University of Nairobi. God bless Kenya, and God bless all of you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Madam Chancellor, for those words. Now it is my pleasure to kindly ask Professor Enos Njeru, our DVC Human Resource and Administration, to kindly stand and conduct a small ceremony of recognition and awards. Professor Njeru.
Thank you, MC. I'm trying to get this gentleman to lower this formerly used by my colleague, Professor Ochada, who is about 1 foot vertically above my vertical dimensions. Madam Chancellor, Dr. Vinjo Ratansi, the Chair of the Council, University of Nairobi Council, Professor Julia Onjiambo, these are two great ladies. We are going to hear more today and tomorrow. The members of the Council of the University of Nairobi, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Itahi Kiama, our guests from government and industry, development partners here with us, and those on virtual attendance, Deputy Vice Chancellors, I can see my colleagues around here, and DVCs, including myself, college principals and deputy principals, staff teaching and non-teaching, again, our audience present physically and virtual, students, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I'm happy to be given the role that I'm playing here, and I'm trying to move very fast in the interest of time. I want to start, as I get started, with your permission, Madam Chancellor and the Chair of the Council, to tell our audience that I am a student of ceremonial events. And this is important because ceremonies constitute milestones. In other words, you are looking back to see your performance in this decade, the next decade, and we've been taken through that. And now this kind of overall ceremony is actually to take note of those milestones recorded by University of Nairobi. Ceremonial occasions. These milestones contain a lot of social capital, and social capital, as I like to say, is non-monetary capital. The Chancellor of this university has a lot of that social capital, and the Chair of the Council has a lot of that social capital, and the Vice Chancellor follows with regard to social capital content. Some of us, like myself, have got much less. Now, what I'm talking about is therefore, analogously, that the University of Nairobi, through the leadership of the Chancellor and the Chair of the Council and the Vice Chancellor, and supported by you, the university has mobilized a lot of social capital in that time period, better than many other universities. That's the point I wanted to make. And therefore, that social capital appears, the big indicator is in the form of achievements that we are celebrating here today. Now, those celebrations, those achievements could not have been recorded without you and without activities and efforts of particular individuals. Now, the Vice Chancellor, in that respect, appointed two big committees as steering committee and a supporting Central Committee, and the Central Committee was chaired by myself and charged by the Vice Chancellor with the responsibility of developing selection criteria to identify some of those great participants, actors in the 50 years of the University of Nairobi to be recognized by the Chancellor today and her support. Now, there were, we called them to start with heroes and heroines. After some time of debate, we decided more euphemistically to refer to them as outstanding achievers. There are still, Madam Chancellor and Chair of the Council and the VC, there are still others to be recognized, but not today, because this event actually goes, we celebrate up to about mid next year, so they will be celebrated and recognized internally by the various units. For today, I just wanted to indicate clearly, because I must give our audience the content in which the Chancellor and the Chair of the Council and the VC are going to recognize these people, that based on those selection identification, selection criteria that we identified, a group of people whom we then called outstanding achievers were identified. Consequently, they were given some ranking, because we allowed only 5 per unit, and they were given titles, which are going to be mentioned here. Finally, I am going to say that we structured the processing into 7 colleges, Madam Chancellor. The 6 ordinary colleges that you know, and then central administration was given the rank for that purpose of a college. So we ended up with 7 colleges, and we touched the principles of the colleges. The principal of the 7th college central administration would have been myself, but since I couldn't identify myself and all that, I asked the registrar, Mr. Muturi, and the team he works with to manage that under my support. So what I wanted to say is that we allowed the principals some autonomy. It was a democratized process. It was a participatory process. So each of the 7 principals came with their outstanding achievers, Madam Chair. And this, and Chancellor and Chair of the Council and the VC, these principals, therefore, will come here, will stand up, and they present the outstanding achievers that were unanimously identified democratically and internally within each college, and taken through the college management boards with the minutes that were supported, ratified, and handed over to my committee, to the Central Committee, with a copy to the Vice Chancellor. This process was above board. Madam Chancellor and the Chair and the VC, if you allow me now, I am going to request each of the principals to deliver by presenting their outstanding achievers. The 7th college will be represented by Madam Jesang Hutchinson, who is the DVC, FPD. Since I have this role, I could not do it all, and this is also participatory. It was good for her to stand up when the time comes, so that the audience can also know that we are, through you, Chancellor and Chair and VC, we are gender sensitive, because you have a lady from DVC, FPD, yeah, with a lot of social capital. Thank you very much. Now, if you allow me, I will start with curves. calling Professor Rose Nyikal. You come and you present, you call the names quickly, but for each name, you say the title of the recognition that they are going to receive. Professor Rose Nyikal, and then the others, prepare yourselves so that you can come in a good, quick succession. Thank you.
Guest of honor, sir, Dr. Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Vijo Ratansi, Madam Chair of Council, Professor Julia Ojambo, ladies and gentlemen, the following 5 persons whom I have the pleasure to present met the requirement for outstanding achievers recognition in the following order. Rank number 1, Professor Wangari Maathai, posthumous. Pioneer environmental conservationist. Rank number 2, Professor Stephen Gitahi Kiama, outstanding service in resource mobilization for research and infrastructure for teaching and learning. Clap. Rank number 3, Professor Agnes Wakesho Mangombe, outstanding exemplary fundraising and research infrastructure development. Rank number 4, Professor Paul Macharia Kimani, leadership in breeding of new bean varieties. Rank number 5, Professor Christopher Garwa Karue, exemplary fundraising and research infrastructure. Thank you.
We shall call all of them and then they will be forwarded to the Chancellor. The next presentation will be done by CAE, College of Architecture and Engineering, Professor Okwaro.
Guest of honor, Dr. Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Vij Ratansi, Chair of the Council, Professor Julia Ojambo. The following 4 persons who have the pleasure to present meet the requirement for outstanding achievers recognition in the following order. Rank number 1. Number 1, Professor Francis Geshaga. Professor Francis Geshaga is being recognized for being a pioneer of academic curriculum model, Module 2. Second, Professor Crispus Makau Kiamba. Professor Kiamba is being recognized for outstanding promoter of good governance in the university education. Number 3, Professor Michael Gatari. He is being recognized for being outstanding contributor to scholarship through international linkages. Last but not least is Professor George Odera Redding. He's being recognized for outstanding scholar in scholarship collaboration and resource mobilization. Thank you.
next presentation will be undertaken by the Principal College of Biological and Physical Sciences, Professor Mola. Professor Mola.
Guest of honor, Sir Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Viju Ratansi, Madam Chair of Council, Professor Julia Odhiambo, the following candidates whom I have the pleasure to present met the requirements for outstanding achievers recognition in the following order. Professor Shem Wandiga for distinguished leadership in policy of university governance and founder of the Institute for Climate Change and Adaptation. Second was Professor Eric Odada for distinguished service in the African scientific community on global environmental change, research, and capacity building. Third is Professor Richard Mibey for exemplary service in promotion of access to university education. Fourth is Professor John Kokwaro for exemplary taxonomist responsible for establishment of the University of Nairobi Herbarium. Last but not least is Professor Thomas Odhiambo, a visionary leader in scientific institutional development in insect science and founder of the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICIPE.
The next presentation will be undertaken by the Principal College of Education and External Studies, Professor Njumba. Professor Njumba.
Our guest of honor, Sir Dr. Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Viju Ratansi, Madam Chair of Council, Professor Julia Odhiambo. The following four persons whom I have the pleasure to present met the requirements for outstanding achievers and achievers recognition in the following order. Rank number 1, Professor Gerard Ngugi Kimani is being recognized as a transformative leader in teacher education. Rank number 2, Professor Patrick Ocheng Obonyo Digolo is being recognized as a pioneer in pedagogical training and institutional mentorship. Rank number 3 is Professor Lucy Wairimu Kibera, is being recognized as an outstanding educationist and staff mentor. And rank number 4 is Professor Helen Nasimiu Inyega, is being recognized as an outstanding resource mobilizer and a champion of curriculum innovation. Thank you.
The next presentation will be by the Principal College of Health Sciences, Professor Machoki. Professor Machoki.
Guest of honor, Sir Dr. Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Vinju Ratansi, Madam Chair of Council, Professor Julia Ojiambo. The following four persons whom I have the pleasure to present and have the pleasure to present met the requirements for outstanding achievers recognition in the following order. Professor Julia Ojiambo. Once again, please, for Professor Julia Ojiambo, distinguished and transformative academic leader in the university and the nation. Professor Miriam Hamandi Were, outstanding champion in establishment of public health programs in the university and in the country. Number 3, Professor Joyce Ondinga Musando, renowned for setting a strong foundation in the institutionalization of the nursing profession in Kenya and beyond. And finally, number 4, Professor Walter Godfrey Jaoko, championed in the establishment of internationally recognized Kavi Clinical Research Institute. Thank you.
The next presentation will be done by Professor Mohamud Njama. I understand in his village they call him Chama, but here we call him Njama. Professor Njama is the principal College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and he is actually therefore my principal, as you know. Professor Njama, my principal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, sir, Dr. Manu Chandaria, Madam Chancellor, Dr. Viju Ratansi, Chair of Council, Professor Julia Ojiambo. The following 4